Good evening and welcome everyone. Welcome to the town of Waukesha. It is Thursday, November 14th, 2019 at 6:30 p.m. This is a joint Plan Commission and Town Board meeting. So we are called to order. If you would all rise, please, and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call first for the Plan Commission and then for the Town Board. Administrator Nicholas.
Commissioner Cisney? Here. Commissioner White? Here. Commissioner Fuller? Here. Chairman Fisher?
Here.
Supervisor Radke? Here. Supervisor German? Supervisor Durr? Here. Supervisor Stigler?
Here. Okay, item 4, citizen comments. Anyone who would like to come forward and address the Plan Commission and the Town Board, please do so. Just a quick reminder before you start, we do have several public hearings tonight, so any of the comments that you have that are pertinent to those public hearings, you'll have an opportunity to speak at that time.
Oh, that was not on the agenda.
What's that?
I have comments about the communication issue.
Sure, that's fine. Please
Okay.
name and address and please proceed.
Yep. John Dimmick, S51W23115, Partridge Lane. I've thought about this for the last week or so, and I think one of the major issue here is that it seems that the town board relies on the state requirements for communications and accountability to the electors. And if you do the minimum of that, then that's okay. I think between this latest issue of the land and the previous issue of the land use revision, it shows that what the state requires is not really enough to maintain the trust of the town in the board. And what I would suggest you need to look at is to identify, first of all, those things that the state requires for communication, and then those things that are likely to be troublesome if all you do is the state minimum communication. And then devise a way to put into the bylaws or something else, a way to require this board and future boards to have better communication and to provide for more accountability to the electors. And I've written up some notes on that, go into a little more detail, and I'll provide that to you, Kathy. But that's the point, is that it seems that the state minimal requirements for notification just don't cut it.
Thank you for your comments, and we're going to dive into that a bit tonight on item 15D on the agenda. At least that'll be the start of the conversation, so thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, Sandy Hom, West 230, South 3827, Milky Way Road. Excuse me, I'm going to repeat myself a little bit from the last meeting. I couldn't be more in disagreement as to what the town is doing, and I know they're not doing the minimum. I know they're doing way more than the minimum. And I get a notice for every meeting of every kind, whether it's the fire commission or whoever it is, I get a notice. Now, if you don't have email and you can't get online, maybe that's a problem, but I think you guys are going way above and beyond what's required, and all you need to do is sign up, and if you don't even sign up, you can go to YouTube and watch the videos live. You can watch them after the fact. There's absolutely no excuse for citizens being uninformed other than their unwillingness to come to meetings or to find out what's going on. And I don't want to see you spending more money trying to inform us. It's very easy to be informed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak? Anyone? All right, if not, we'll move on then to item 5 on the agenda, the minutes of the meeting of September 12th, 2019. This is set up for discussion by the Plan Commission and Town Board, and then separate and possible action by the Plan Commission and the Town Board to approve those minutes. So is there any discussion about the minutes? Any additions, corrections to the minutes? Okay, if there's nothing, then is there action by the Plan Commission? Action would be to approve, if there's such a motion.
I move to approve.
Is there a second? Okay, the motion is by Commissioner Fuller, seconded by Commissioner Cisney to approve the minutes. All members of the Plan Commission in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. And then is there an action to be taken by the Town Board?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we accept the minutes for September 12, 2019.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that.
Okay. Motion by Supervisor Radke, second by Supervisor Stigler. Did I get that correctly? To approve the minutes of the meeting of September 12th. All in favor on the Town Board indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Then that passes unanimously. Item 6 is to affirm that the agenda was posted and distributed to all news media, requesting notification in accordance with the open meeting laws on and posted on or before Friday, November 8th, 2019. Clerk Treasurer Nicholas, can you affirm that that's an accurate statement?
That's accurate.
Okay. Then item 7 is discussion and possible action on the off-premise temporary sign request for Jeff Panosian, owner Waukesha Storage LLC, located at W271 S3016 Merrill Hills Road, tax key WAKT 1327998. We've got a bit of a do-over. Good to see you, Mr. Panosian, because
Mr. Chairman, I wish to recuse myself as I did the first time. to be
sounds like a
consistent.
do-over, and you are indeed excused. Thank you. So we yet then do have a quorum tonight with the Plan Commission, so we can proceed with this item. Planner Malarkey, are you going to give us some information on this so we can be better informed?
Yeah, I can give a brief report on this. Mr. Panosian owns Waukesha Storage on Merrill Hills Road. If you recall, or some of you may recall, last year he petitioned the Plan Commission and the Board to amend the zoning ordinance text to allow for off-premise signs in certain circumstances, and what he's asking tonight is a sign that meets the framework of the ordinance revisions. He wants to put up a 4-foot by 8-foot sign, 32 square feet, which will be double-sided. It'll be 64 square feet total size, and the sign itself is going to be located at the northeast corner of Sunset Drive and Merrill Hills Road. His business, of course, is a little further north along Merrill Hills Road itself. And so the language that got added to the ordinance, so off-premise signs aren't normally allowed except under 2 circumstances. One of them is if the sign is shared between adjacent property owners. The other situation is where was very targeted language that was added to the ordinance that says on a road that fronts the use or uses that has been or will within 1 year be converted from a through road to a dead-end road as the result of a road improvement project. And that's what's happened with Merrill Hills Road, with the dead-end cul-de-sac to the north here. This was a very limited circumstance where the town would allow off-premise signs on a temporary basis to allow some visibility and exposure in these particular cases. Another requirement of this was that if that happens, it's temporary, and a written agreement would need to be established between the sign owner and the property owner where the sign would be located. And the applicant has submitted a proposed agreement that would be recorded against the property. I do believe the town attorney has reviewed it as to form and has approved that, but the board would also need to sign off and approve that as well. There's a few other requirements that go along with this off-premise sign. One is it cannot exceed 64 square feet in total sign area for all sides, which it does not. It shall serve the same purpose as an on-premise sign for the business, which the intention is just to advertise the business itself. Located within 1/2 mile of the property for which the sign is intended. It is within 1/2 mile. It's 0.28 miles away from his business. Shall be limited to a maximum duration of 5 years and shall not be renewed, and may be located in any zoning district provided it's not within a residential subdivision. So the sign again is proposed at the northeast corner. It's at least 10 feet off of the property lines. It's out of the vision triangle as well. And just for reference, the sign itself that's being proposed, you can see up on the screen, a Waukesha storage sign with an arrow and a phone number to the district itself. If the Plan Commission chooses to recommend approval, I have created a series of conditions. One, basically complying with all sign requirements. The big one, of course, is the fact that it'll be removed within 5 years of issuance of a permit, shall not be renewed, and that the lease agreement be recorded with the Register of Deeds.
Okay, thank you. Before we entertain further discussion, Mr. Panosian, did he correctly describe and explain your request, or do you have anything to add?
Yes, he did correctly, and I just want to say thank you. Thank you for the opportunity and for your consideration. Prior to the bypass, access to the facility was easier. It was directly off Merrill Hills Road. Now, Merrill Hills Road in front of the storage facility is going to be turned into a cul-de-sac, and access is off of Sunset. And so the purpose is to help direct customers on the new route to the storage facility, and my objective is just to make it smooth and safe for them. Quite often, they could be in a vehicle, let's say like a U-Haul or something like that, that they're not used to driving, or towing a trailer, and I just want to try to help for existing customers, them get used to the new access to the facility.
Okay, thank you. Questions, comments, discussion by members of the Plan Commission and the Town Board? While they're pondering, Attorney Macy, I know you looked at this. Do you have anything to add or not?
I do not. My letter is on file, I believe.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any discussion, questions, concerns? If not, if you're prepared to act, a motion would be in order at this time, and that would be by the Plan Commission first.
I make a motion to approve the application with the 7 staff recommendations that Malarkey has on file.
Okay, is there a second? Second. Okay, the motion is by Commissioner White, seconded by Commissioner Fuller, to approve the request, including the 7 staff recommendations that are in Planner Malarkey's report. Any further discussion? Everyone understand the motion? Then we'll proceed to vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. And then to the Town Board for possible action.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we accept the recommendation of the Plan Commission and approve the sign.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. Supervisor Radke made the motion, seconded by Supervisor German, to accept the recommendation of the Plan Commission for approval of the request with the 7 staff recommendations. If everyone understands the motion, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, that passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Panosian.
Thank you.
Just a quick aside as we move into the public hearing, I probably should have mentioned this, but Bob Flanagan, who has been a long time member of the Town of Waukesha Plan Commission, has devoted an awful lot of time and energy to it over a course of many years, has moved just recently out of the town where he resided for many years into the city. So that's our loss. That necessarily precipitates his resignation from the Plan Commission. So we actually have 2 open positions on the Plan Commission that we'll be looking to fill forthwith. So I owe you that explanation. Next item is a public hearing, number 1, tax incremental finance district. I will read the notice for that. Notice is hereby given that a joint public hearing involving the Town of Waukesha Plan Commission and the Waukesha Town Board will be held on Thursday, November 14th, 2019, beginning at 6:30 p.m. at the Waukesha Town Hall, located at W250 South 3567 Center Road. Such hearing shall also be for the purpose of considering the adoption of project plan for a tax incremental finance district in accordance with Wisconsin Statute 66.1105. The proposed plan includes projects that may include but are not limited to street improvement costs, financing costs, and other related costs. Project costs may also include developer incentives made by the town to owners, lessees, or developers of land within the proposed district. I'll declare the public hearing open at this time, and we're going to start, I believe, Christy, our consultant from Trilogy, is going to present some information here before we actually take public comments. So welcome, and please proceed.
All right, thank you. Yes, before we take comments, I just wanted to provide a brief overview of what tax incremental financing is and what the actual proposed plan is that the Plan Commission will be considering this evening. So first, just to talk a little bit about what is tax incremental finance. And basically, it's a funding or financing tool that local municipalities can use to pay for projects that could be infrastructure projects or development incentives or other types of investments within a specific district or area that are designed to help increase the property value within that area. So that's what we're referring to when we say TIF, tax incremental finance. A tax incremental district, or a TID, is actually the physical boundaries of that area, the specific properties that are included in the district that are benefiting from the improvements in the district. This is a simple diagram that just kind of intended to show how this works. So when a TIF district is created, there's a base value that's established. It's the existing property value at the time that the district is created. And the county and the school district and the technical college and the town would continue to collect the same property taxes on that base value as if there were no TIF district in place. But the idea here, and that's the area shown in blue there, the idea here is that as the town then invests in that district, property values increase as a result of that investment. That's shown as the purple there represents that increase in property value. And so taxes on that increased property value go into the TIF district fund that are used to make those improvements within the district. And the idea is that at the end of the district, once it's closed out, all of the taxing entities have higher property value and more tax revenue from that investment. So just want to mention too with that, the tax rates for properties within a TIF district are the same as any other property in the town. The revenue from it really comes from increase in property value, not any additional tax rates. There are many requirements under state statutes for establishing TIF districts, and I just want to hit on a couple of them, a few key ones here. One is that you have to show that the improvement in the district would not occur but for the investment of TIF revenues, and that's a really key one right there. The next two are kind of interrelated. You have to demonstrate that the benefits of doing the projects outweighs the costs, and that the TIF district is economically feasible. And those two are interrelated because you want to make sure that the increase in property value and the revenues from that increase are at least as much, if not more, than the cost of what you're doing within the district. You also have to demonstrate that the project costs are directly related to the purpose of improving the property values within the district. And then finally, it has to be consistent with the town's master land use plan. So just to give you an idea of what we're looking at in some specifics for this tax incremental finance district, this map shows the location of the proposed district. So we're looking at a stretch of Sunset Avenue with the railroad tracks on the east, and then you've got Prairie Avenue and Center Road are the north-south streets there, as well as Industrial Lane. So this shows the current property uses within this area. So the properties shown in yellow are residential. The ones that are shown in that reddish pink color are zoned for commercial use, and then purple is for industrial. The next map that we have here shows the same area, but with the planned land uses. So this district would be what's called a mixed-use district, which means it contains a mix of commercial, industrial, and/or residential properties. We're showing the industrial would remain zoned for industrial, and then that cross-hatched pink would be a mixed use that could allow either commercial or residential. So in terms of what would be done with this plan, as I said earlier, TID does provide a tool that the town can use to support improvements within a given district. So the kinds of things that we are anticipating the town would be doing within this district would be two kinds of things. One, potentially would be the reconstruction of Industrial Lane to a more urban type street with curb and gutter, similar to what it is south of that area within the city of Waukesha. And then the other key item in this plan would be development incentives for property owners or developers who want to do something with their property, either expand or improve their buildings or redevelop their properties. And this would be done as on a pay-as-you-go basis, meaning the town would not borrow for this. It would be a situation where once the property is improved and there are additional tax revenues, those would be used to make incentive payments to the property owner or developer. This is just an aerial photo of the area with the red arrows there showing the northern and southern kind of limits of where we would be looking at with Industrial Lane and doing that reconstruction. And as you can see from here, the portion of it that's in the town is much narrower, doesn't have some of those other amenities with it. So we'd be looking to use some of the TIF dollars to reconstruct it to a more urban cross-section. And then I just wanted to touch a little bit on how development incentives would work and the concept here. This would be a situation where it would entirely be at the request of a property owner or a developer that would come forward and have a proposal for a property and request assistance from the town through the TIF district. So that would be the first step. The town would have to evaluate that request and determine whether the project was in need of some assistance in order to go forward, to meet that but-for test. And then they would also look at the financial feasibility of it to determine whether the proposed increase in property values and taxes from that project would be sufficient to provide the incentive that is requested. So if a proposal were to meet those two tests, then the next step would be for the town and the owner to sign a developer agreement that would lay out what was going to be done with the property and how much assistance would be provided through the TIF district. And then the next step would be for the owner to make the improvements to the property. Once it starts generating additional tax increment revenues, then the town would use those to make those incentive payments. So it reduces the risk to the town because they're not borrowing up money up front. It would just be as development occurs. So we looked at some pretty conservative estimates of additional property value that could be obtained in this area. And based on that, put together some estimated project costs. So for the reconstruction of Industrial Lane, we're looking at about half of that being paid for by the TIF district and half through the town's regular road improvement budget. And then about $1 million of potential development incentives that could be provided. And again, the amount and timing of all this really depends on when any specific properties would come forward. So this shows the projected, well, the base value of the district and the projected increase in property values that we were building into this plan. So the dark blue is current property value in the district, 19.2 million. So again, taxes on that would continue to go to the county and the school district and whatnot. The light blue represents potential future increases in property value as a result of the town's investment in this area. And again, I think we're being conservative on this, but we're looking at about a 61% increase in property values, or about 11.7 million over time. And then this one just shows the revenues from that new property value. So this is the revenues that would go into the TIF district, and ultimately we're looking at about at the current tax rates for all of the entities would generate about $140,000 per year of additional tax revenues. And then finally, we did have to put together an economic feasibility analysis as part of this project plan. This kind of summarizes that, showing cash flow for the district. The blue bars are money coming in from tax incremental revenues or borrowing. The red bars are money going out for either debt service or development incentives. The big numbers in 2023 is when we are preliminarily projecting the industrial lane reconstruction may occur. The green line shows cash flow, so cash coming in minus cash going out. It would take a couple years for that to get started, just because of the lag in when development occurs versus when the town would actually tax it and collect those revenues. But what this does show is that that green line represents cash balance in the TID fund. But what this does show is that number would be positive throughout the life of the TIF district, and by about 2038, project costs will be paid off and the TIF district could be closed. So we do believe this will be economically feasible. Just a couple of things to keep in mind too, I guess caveats about how all of this works is that, that adopting the project plan is the first step, and it doesn't commit the town to any projects or expenditures. There'd be a number of other steps that would have to occur before any of that happens. Town budget process, developing development agreements, and all of the normal planning and zoning reviews that are required by the town. Again, any development incentives would be evaluated on a case-by-case basis to determine whether there's a need for it and whether it is feasible before anything would be approved. And again, the actual expenditures and the timing will depend on what projects are brought forward, and no one will be required to sell, develop, or redevelop their properties. This is a strictly on a requested basis. And then finally, I just want to touch on the process a little bit of adopting this project plan. Under state statutes, the town has to hold a public hearing, which we're doing right now, and then the Plan Commission adopts the project plan. And then the town board would be the entity that would have to create the district. And then the final step would be approval by the Joint Review Board, which has representatives from not only the town, but also the county and the school district and WCTC.
Okay, thank you for a very informative presentation. Opportunity now for anyone to come forward and make public comment. If you would, there are slips, I think, on the back counter in the back of the room. We would like to have people fill those out with your name and address if you would, but please come forward if you would like to speak on this matter. Name and address for the clerk, please.
Yes, she already has my form. Stephen Shellen, property is South 31 West 24841 Sunset Drive. Thank you for the explanation. I see now where you plan to spend the money, at least initially. I have some questions like, are there further plans in changing the long-term plans of the town to change the zoning so that businesses move along Sunset Drive to the west, as they have to the east? And similarly, across the road, we lost part of the town when there was a big discussion about entrances and businesses in the old food store, which is now St. Vincent de Paul, and now we have some businesses there that are not providing revenue to the town because they got annexed to Waukesha. Our property is the second from the corner on Sunset and Prairie. And basically, our services are provided by Waukesha. They plow the road. We used to have land that was several lanes out. When they put in the road, they took part of the property, took a lot of nice trees and things. So is this, in the eyes of the Plan Commission and the town, is this going to be pushing towards commercialization on our side of the road? And if so, what protection or what eyes does Waukesha have to take us out of the town and put us in the city? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I'm Jennifer Andrews. I'm the Community Development Director for the City of Waukesha, and I'm here today to make some remarks on behalf of the city. I'm providing my remarks in a written format along with some exhibits. I'm asking that those be included as part of the public record for this public hearing and also be conveyed to the Joint Review Board as part of their planning document review at their next meeting. I've been involved in the creation of 15 tax incremental finance districts and the management of 17 tax incremental finance districts. In 2014, I was chosen as a member of the State of Wisconsin Legislative Study Committee on Tax Incremental Finance, and I've also been a presenter at Tax Incremental Finance seminars. As a Community Development Director, I manage the planning, building inspection, economic development activities, and staff for the City of Waukesha. So just a little background about myself, since I don't know most of you here. After reading the project plan, examining the physical area, and reviewing the regulations and agreements currently in place, the City of Waukesha believes it's premature to approve TID number 1. There are areas that stand out as either deficiencies in the plan or as conditions that make the plan infeasible at this time. The but-for test, as required by the statute, is not met. The town is not in control of the zoning within the proposed boundaries, and therefore the development cannot occur as stated. The town has not insured utilities to new or expanded facilities, and the plan does not address why the property owners along industrial lanes should not pay for those public improvements, as required by the statute. The Wisconsin Department of Revenue has published a TIF manual to assist communities and joint review boards with TIF creation. In this manual, the Department of Revenue provides guidance regarding the but-for test previously mentioned. Some of the advice the department provides in the manual when considering the but-for test is that before the joint review board members agree to the but-for finding, they must have convincing evidence showing the TIF is necessary to make the development possible. Also, would the expected development occur without or but for the use of TIF? Would the development occur if the project was scaled back or in a time frame pushed out? Did similar projects proceed without the use of TIF? This is some of the advice provided by the Department of Revenue. When reviewing the plan in the context of this advice, the current physical conditions in the proposed district, and again, the underlying regulations and agreements in place, it's clear the but-for test has not been met. The plan states development would not occur without TIF assistance. Recently, there have been new developments and building improvements made on Sunset Drive in the proposed TID boundaries. The first is Storage Masters, which built a new facility in 2016-2017, increasing the property value from $390,300 to $1,840,200 without TIF assistance. They purchased an existing property with structures, raised those structures, and built a new facility without TIF assistance. The second recent development was on the Bliffert Lumber property, also on Sunset Drive. Bliffert Lumber made significant building improvements in 2019 without TIF assistance. If the town desires to promote commercial development on Sunset Drive in areas that are currently residential, the first step would be to rezoning the area to commercial. Once rezoned, the properties could be properly marketed to investors and developers. There doesn't need to be a TIF in place to rezone the Sunset Drive residential properties to mixed use or commercial and facilitate a change in use. It's unclear if the owners of these properties or the owners of the residential properties to the south abutting the identified properties are aware and supportive of the town's intention to make that area a commercial strip. The plan states that the values are low compared to the City of Waukesha's TID 12 and TID 14 values. The proposed redevelopment in the town's proposed TID number 1 is not comparable to the projects that occurred in the city's TID 12 and TID 14. The commercial development in TID 14 is part of a large commercial center with shared facilities including stormwater management, parking, loading areas, access, signage, landscaping, and utility mains. These shared facilities allow for larger building footprints. In addition, the commercial area in the city's TID 14 is 64.67 acres, creating a regional shopping center that's successful because of the shared clientele it draws to the businesses in the center. The new commercial is in the proposed TID number 1 is only 8 acres in size and would be a standalone development on small, shallow lots. The shallowness of the lots on Sunset Drive in the current residential area limits any commercial development potential once the town's setbacks are met and parking, on-site stormwater detention facilities, and landscaping are added to those sites. It will be very difficult to convert those properties to a sustainable commercial use. Similar values per acre to those in the city's TID 14 are unlikely. In addition, there would not be the synergy created to attract customers among these standalone developments that's seen in the larger commercial center. Another reason the town's TID number 1 is not comparable to the city's TID 14 is the property redeveloped as commercial in TID 14, now the site of the shops at Fox River, was the site of a vacant distribution center. The town is not proposing to redevelop a vacant blighted property. All the properties are currently in good condition and being utilized as they are currently zoned. The city spent significant TIF money up front on environmental cleanup, demolition of 616,000 square feet of building, extensive infrastructure improvements, and site preparation. Evidence of these types of barriers to development is not present in the project plan. The plan also makes comparisons to the industrial development that occurred in the city's TID 12 and TID 14. Again, the town's TID is not comparable in project plan or physical attributes to TIDs 12 and 14 in the city. The properties in those districts in the city that were identified for industrial uses were vacant with no infrastructure in place prior to the TID being created. The city spent significant TIF money up front to prepare the properties for development, including the installation of infrastructure, including new roads and new utilities. The town's TID plan states it may repave an existing road. This type of maintenance work is more appropriately budgeted for through the CIP budget or assessed to the property owners that benefit instead of creating a TID to fund maintenance work. And then I provided some exhibits of those TIF districts that were referenced in your TID plan. The project plan states that there are aging buildings on some of the sites. The age of a building is not the sole determination of its usefulness or value. The city has buildings that are more than 100 years old and add significantly to employment and the economy and tax base. The plan states that reconstruction of Industrial Lane is needed because the adjacent properties use part of the right-of-way for parking, making it less accessible for truck traffic. The reconstruction will include curb, gutter, and storm sewer. The project plan states that the town may make the road improvements. Since the premise of creating the district is that the improvements are needed to increase values and attract development, there should be a clear commitment to do that work. In several recent visits to Industrial Lane during regular business hours, no on-street parking was witnessed. If there is a verified issue with on-street parking, road reconstruction is not needed to eliminate unwanted parking on the street. This can be achieved through no parking signage and active enforcement of the no parking zones by the town. The plan does not say that the road will be widened to accommodate truck traffic. Trucks travel down roads with or without curb and gutter the same. What makes a true difference is the width of the roadway and the enforcement of no parking. Installing storm sewer, curb, and gutter will not improve truck accessibility or property values. It appears this is a routine maintenance project for Industrial Lane that would be more appropriately addressed in the town's regular CIP budget. The project plan does not provide evidence as to why the public improvements should not be paid for by the owners of the properties that benefit along Industrial Lane. This evidence is required by statute. The project plan states strategic investment in street improvements, direct development incentives, will be needed to achieve significant increases in property value. There's no evidence given to support this finding. There are two significant impediments to implementing the project plan for TID number 1 as proposed. The first is the lack of zoning control for the properties within the boundaries of TID 1. The City of Waukesha enacted extraterritorial zoning in the boundary area of TID 1 on November 5th, 2019. Extraterritorial zoning freezes zoning and uses until there is an agreement between the city and the town on these matters or the extraterritorial zoning jurisdiction expires. Furthermore, all conditional uses and variances must be approved by the City of Waukesha. The town's project plan relies on rezonings to occur and potentially new uses to move into the district to realize the investment and redevelopment it is projecting. Neither one of these things can occur until the city and town have reached an agreement on zoning. The statute permits a 2-year time frame in which the two entities can reach this agreement. It's premature to approve TID 1 until the extraterritorial zoning has expired or agreement has been reached between the city and the town. One area of disagreement regarding zoning and land use is the residential properties along Sunset Drive. The plan states the residential uses are no longer compatible to surrounding land uses. The city purposely retained residential uses on the south side of Sunset Drive when redeveloping the former Fleming distribution site on the north side of Sunset Drive, the current shops at the Fox River. Sunset Drive provides a 100-foot separation between commercial and industrial uses to the residential uses. The residential properties also provide a transition into the extensive subdivision network south of Sunset Drive. Eliminating the housing on the south side of Sunset would degrade the value and integrity of the abutting subdivisions. It would cause an unnecessary invasion into the residential fabric of those subdivisions by adding commercial activities, lighting, and noise that would devalue the closest residential properties to this new commercial area. The small commercial strip center directly across Sunset Drive from the homes shown as the new commercial property in the project plan has had vacancies for a significant period of time. This is potentially an indication that an additional small commercial strip space is not needed in the market at this time. More commercial uses on Sunset Drive would cause additional traffic on both Sunset Drive, Center Road, and Prairie Avenue, adding to congestion and requiring additional street improvements. The town's plan does not address the addition of turn lanes or acceleration or deceleration lanes on any of these streets to accommodate additional traffic and turning movements. The city has made improvements to Sunset Drive according to the current development pattern. The city will not support any new uses or zonings that would require additional city taxpayer dollars to complete improvements on Sunset Drive. The project plan also does not anticipate any costs related to relocation, acquisition, or demolition. Considering the proposed district is completely developed, it would be assumed that some of these costs would be likely to implement the plan. The plan states that it's consistent with the town's comprehensive plan in terms of land use. The town has not completed changes to its comprehensive plan, so therefore it's not accurate at this time. Furthermore, if the town does complete the modifications to its comprehensive plan, the TIF plan will still be inconsistent with the county's comprehensive plan, which will halt any rezonings or land use changes. The second impediment to implementing the project plan is that the town cannot ensure utility service to any new or expanded facilities, and therefore does not meet the statute. The city will not provide water or sewer service to new users or increased facilities. The 1988 agreement was made to address the needs of the existing land uses at that time. The city has met its obligations under that agreement. New commercial uses or expanded industrial or commercial uses will likely require sprinklers per state fire code. Therefore, changes to structures are likely to require increased water service, which the city will not provide to town properties. Likewise, any development that will increase sewer usage will not receive service from the city. The city will not permit any connections to its storm sewer system. In addition, the city will not accept additional stormwater runoff from any new impervious surfaces in the town of Waukesha and its existing facilities. Owners of properties that are increasing their impervious surface must retain their stormwater on site and not direct it to the city's existing facilities on Sunset Drive. The city has extensively studied stormwater runoff citywide and invested millions of dollars in its storm sewer system to eliminate flooding. The study did not include picking up additional flow from the town of Waukesha properties. The town should invest in its own stormwater management facilities if they are needed. After a careful review of the project plan, the only conclusion to be drawn is that it is premature to approve TID number 1. The town has not provided convincing evidence that the but-for test required by the statute has been met. The town cannot ensure utility services for the new developments in the TID as required by statute. The town does not have zoning authority at this time to implement the plan, and the town has not shown by statute why those property owners along Industrial Drive should not pay for those maintenance improvements to Industrial Lane. Furthermore, it appears the public infrastructure maintenance project of Industrial Lane and adding curb and gutter would more appropriately be addressed in the CIP project or assessed to property owners. The town does not commit in the plan to completing the actual work, which proves that the project does not meet the but-for test. There may be a time in the future when a TID in this area may be warranted, but it is not warranted at this time, and the plan cannot be implemented as proposed. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your comments. Who else would like to speak?
Sandy Hom, West 230, South 3827 Milky Way Road. Well, the word has come down. We just need to have all of our landowners annexed into the city as soon as possible. You know, you guys might as well just forget everything. Forget the border agreements. It's all, city's going to bully you like they do New Berlin and put up 9 million gallons in the park. They're going to bully you on Sunset Road. I think it's just ridiculous. I saw in the paper last week, Mr. Running says we're going to exercise our rights. We're not even going to listen to the department administration. We're going to just go ahead and control what they do over there. I don't know if they've met yet. They're not going to read it as many times as they're supposed to. They're just going to push it through. If speaking on the matter is valued based on time, I'm going to lose because I think you guys all know how I feel. I'm in favor of the TID, and I think it qualifies. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak? Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Betsy Novak, S44W25357 Red Oak Drive. I'm sitting there listening to what the second speaker had to say. It is actually amazing because she goes through step by step on why we can't do this. But every time we turn around, the city of Waukesha is taking more of our property. It's taking everything that we have, everything that we value here, yet they don't want to do anything to help us. Every time we turn around, another business is going to be annexed into the city. It's going to be annexed somewhere else, and we're just going to get smaller and smaller and smaller. I think we do have a valid reason for a TIF district. I think that things will be met. And I know a lot of people that want to incorporate into a village, and this is a step into doing that. They don't want to be annexed into the town or into the city anymore. They really want to have the values that we have in Waukesha, in the town of Waukesha, the lower taxes, things like that. And I really believe that we should go ahead with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak? Please come forward. Anyone else? Last call, last chance. All right, if there are no other speakers, I will declare the public hearing closed. And we will move on to item 9, discussion and possible action on Resolution 2019-R-07 pertaining to the Town of Waukesha Tax Incremental Finance District Number 1. The resolution is entitled, "A Resolution Adopting a Project Plan and Recommending the Proposed Boundaries of Tax Incremental District Number 1 of the Town of Waukesha, Waukesha County, Wisconsin." Discussion by the Plan Commission and the Town Board. Anyone who would like to speak? This is also agendized as possible action by the Plan Commission on possible adoption of that resolution. That's an action that could be taken tonight. This could be tabled tonight. I think those are the two options before you. And again, this is agendized for action by the Plan Commission. Go ahead. Oh, did you want to say something?
Oh, I wondered if our consultant had any comments or recommendation based on the comments she heard.
Well, that was a long list of things and some, I guess, new arguments that I haven't heard before. And I really don't want to comment on any specifics at this point in time, but I would respectfully disagree with those comments.
All right, let me, I guess, just follow up with a question. Would it be your pleasure to have an opportunity to respond to those at some future date or not? What is your thought going forward? Okay. I will then move to table any action on this matter tonight. Is there a second from a member of the Plan Commission? Okay, there is no further discussion on a motion to table, so I made the motion to table. It was seconded by Commissioner Cisney. All in favor of tabling indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That was unanimously approved by the Plan Commission. Thank you. We'll proceed then to public hearing number 2. Robert F. and Carol O. Smart Family Trust and Carol O. Smart Survivor Trust. I will read the notice at this time. Notice is hereby given that a joint public hearing will be conducted by the Town of Waukesha Plan Commission, Town Board, and a staff representative of the Waukesha County Department of Parks and Land Use Planning and Zoning Division on Thursday, November 14th, 2019, immediately following another public hearing beginning at 6:30 p.m. in the offices of the Waukesha Town Hall located at W250 S3567 Center Road, Waukesha, Wisconsin 53189, to consider the rezone request, parens RZ49, close parens, of Robert F. and Carol O. Smart Family Trust and Carol O. Smart Survivor Trust to amend the map and text of the Waukesha County Shoreland and Floodland Protection Ordinance. More specifically, the proposal is to modify the regulated floodplain of the C1 Conservancy Overlay zoning district consistent with updated floodplain modeling and in order to accommodate an extension to Tenney Avenue located in the city of Waukesha. The Waukesha County Shoreland and Floodland Protection Ordinance jurisdictional boundary line will extend to the floodplain boundary if located greater than 300 feet from Pebble Brook. The subject properties are described as follows. Part of the northwest one quarter of the southeast one quarter of Section 14, Town 6 North, Range 19 East, Town of Waukesha. More specifically, the properties include the State Trunk Highway 164 road right-of-way and lands located on the north side of State Trunk Highway 164, directly north of Infinity Fields Baseball Park. The privately owned property affected is owned by the petitioner and has a tax key of WAKT 1352.998.003. I'll open the public hearing at this time, and first probably with apologies from the Waukesha County Representative Amy Burrows. We indicated earlier we gave you the cheapest seat in the House there for being able to see the screen. Somehow
That's
there
fine.
are
I may use the pointer, but that's fine.
somehow or other our planner has the best seat in the House looking directly across from it. So there you go. I'm assuming either one or the other of you is going to make a presentation for us before we open this to public comment.
Amy's going to handle this one.
Yeah. I'll
Okay.
go ahead and give a brief summary, and then I see Dave, the property owner, and Mike, the engineer, in the back, and they can help out. It's a tad bit confusing.
Okay.
But the petitioner is proposing a development project in the city of Waukesha, and as part of that proposal, the city is requiring an extension of Tenney Avenue. That is primarily in order to provide safe access between Sunset Drive and 59-164 area. So although none of that work is being done in the town of Waukesha, the road does need to cross Pebble Brook, and there will be a culvert installed. Is that correct, Mike? One culvert installed in Pebble Brook, which then has an impact on the floodplain boundaries that extend into the town of Waukesha. The impact of the floodplain boundary, well, the only impact in the town of Waukesha is on Mr. Smart's property and in the state highway right-of-way, and they are working with the highway department in order to get approval. Although, what gets complicated, so that's where the increase occurs. They can't begin the project until that increase in the floodplain has been approved by all reviewing entities. As a second step to this, and in order for them to determine impacts as a result of the project, they had to look at the FEMA floodplain modeling. And the current model is very old. It's from like 1979, I believe. And it does not reflect highway improvements that were made many years ago. It doesn't include a culvert. It's based on old modeling methods, et cetera. So the engineer's first step was to correct the model, update it to present conditions, and then that in itself produced different elevations, regardless of the project that's being proposed. And then he had to put in, he added additional cross-sections to make the model more accurate, and then he plugged in the proposed culvert to see the impact based on the updated model and the culvert installation. And again, the only impacts were on the Smart property and the right-of-way. However, the floodplain boundary does change going upstream onto two additional properties in the town of Summit. Their last names being the Tukulskis. I'll point to them. The Tukulskis is this big property, and then I believe it's the Trador property in the town of Waukesha. The floodplain elevation actually is reduced on those properties, so there is no negative impact on them. And it's not a result of the project, it's a result of updated modeling. The boundary on a map may look a little bit bigger in some areas, and that's because our topography maps have changed and improved significantly, so it's just a matter of better topographic data, again, not elevations changing on ground. So there's two steps to this. The first is tonight what we're looking for is a recommendation from the town regarding the impacts of the floodplain on Mr. Smart's property. I think the greatest impact is about 1/2 of a foot. If the project is approved, they need to go through, have already applied for a conditional letter of a map revision with FEMA. Once FEMA approves that, they complete the project, then they get a letter of map revision from FEMA, and at that time, we need to amend our zoning district boundaries. Those zoning district boundaries will affect the town and the county. Where the floodplain is smaller, the town will take over some jurisdiction and you will need to establish a zoning district. It will still be C1. There's a wetland in the areas that were previously floodplain. Where the boundary appears to be bigger, but not really, it's just updated topography information, the county will need to establish floodplain zoning with an underlying zoning district. So we will do that upon completion once the new boundaries have been established. All of those changes are not, again, a result of this project, they're a result of updated FEMA modeling. So they actually send us their letter of map revision, and they require that we adopt the floodplain map within our ordinance or within 6 months of that project. Do you want to add anything, Mike?
That's probably a lot clearer than I could have said.
Did he basically
Questions?
say no?
What's that?
Well, did he basically say no?
I believe they're good, you're good? No additional comments?
Okay. All right. Planner Malarkey, you have anything to add?
I do not.
Okay. The petitioner is here tonight, or representative of the petitioner. You want to come up for just a quick minute, please? Introduce yourself to us, please.
My name is David Smart, and I'm here as a representative of those two trusts that are the ownership of the town property in question here.
Okay, do you have anything to add to the presentation?
I do not, other than there's actually more than one culvert in the bridge design for crossing the creek. We have some bypass culverts in there that diminish the impacts to the floodplain, but none other, and I think it was well expressed. The impacts within that area are quite small. If you have a decent depiction of them there, I think the explanation of the mapping that you see would probably be best expressed by Michael Schwar from Stony Point Hydrology, but that'd be it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody now who would like to offer public comment, please come forward.
I'll get a slip, but I don't know the whole situation. Terry Bork, West 238, South 5370, Chestnut Trail. How far is Tenny gonna go, and is the state gonna let you plug into 164? I mean, that's a terrible traffic area. And Big Bend Road ends before it. Traditionally, they didn't want to extend that.
If you would, please just kind
Right.
of address forward to the,
Big Bend Road is trashed there, and that never got connected, right? And there was a reason not to connect Big Bend Road to 164-59. So I don't think that will get approved, but can Tenny be a dead end if they're developing land to have that road come down from the Meyer store is what I'm assuming, and the Walgreens? If they want to bring that street further down, I would think you have to consider not connecting it to the highway due to traffic, and the state will tell you that. But logically, since it's not connected now with the old system for a reason, and there was a lot of highway work done, I don't know the purpose of extending the road into the wetlands. If there's going to be a subdivision there, maybe that's the purpose. If it's a subdivision, I would suggest it be a cul-de-sac ending, not connecting to a major thoroughfare that is a traffic nightmare the way it is now. That's all. Thank you.
Can I, oh, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah,
I
please.
just want to make sure we stay focused tonight because the Tenney Avenue street connection and the work that's occurring is actually taking place in the city of Waukesha. So we're not here to discuss the proposed use and infrastructure improvements specifically. And it is my understanding that the intention of the road is to get access from Sunset to Highway, you know, I don't know what you want to call it, 59-164 bypass, that's the only connection location that's been approved by DOT. And they can't put the road in without the extension without their approval. But what we're considering tonight is the crossing through Pebble Brook has a minor floodplain increase on Mr. Smart's property and within the right-of-way. That's really what the town is here to consider, not the use of the property in the city of Waukesha.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Sandy Hom, Milky Way Road. I understand that it's about a zoning issue and wetlands, but it's interesting when people want to either annex but not say what they're going to do, or they want a zoning change, but we're not supposed to think about what they're going to do. When it ends up affecting us all. I just talked to Mr. Smart. I mean, when Five Diamonds Infinity Fields went in, everyone that drives that road knows what a hazard that is. I drive it almost every day. And, you know, I didn't want that there, but now that it's there, I wish there was a stoplight. I mean, I don't even know if they have a stop sign anymore. I think it's come down. But, you know, so we're putting in a bypass to get up to 94 to speed things along, and we're also adding another city street to have access to Les Paul Parkway. I mean, those things seem at odds with each other. I'm not opposed to the development. I would like to see, you know, greater traffic control, because I think it's dangerous as all get out. And, you know, it's really a mind-boggling thing to think that we're putting in a bypass and we're adding stoplights. I mean, it's a conundrum. I'm sorry, I know it's about the zoning, but there's more behind it than the zoning. And people are concerned, obviously, as to why the zoning's taking place. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak? Anyone else?
I just want to remind the plan commissioners and the board that if they're a mind to ask for additional information, the process would be to adjourn the public hearing to get that information. I'm not saying you do want more information or you don't want more information, but you shouldn't close the public hearing and then try to get more information. We'd have to adjourn it and then get the additional information.
I also want to add that the floodplain won't be effective if the floodplain rezoning won't be effective if the project is not approved by the state of Wisconsin DOT. So that would need to be.
Restate that one more time and get up real close to your
So
microphone, please.
Because this rezone is subject to the crossing through the stream for the extension, the rezoning would not be effective unless the project is actually, the road is actually installed and the extension is approved by the State Department of Transportation. I just want to make you aware of that.
And could you explain also, as long as you explain that, what is the ramifications if the town recommends denial or denies it?
Well, it will have to come to the county and we will need to decide, you know, it's ultimately a county decision as to whether or not the rezone gets approved. Again, I will say the matter here today is related to the floodplain impacts is really where the focus should be and where our ordinance requirements lie. We're not, the county shoreline ordinance does not apply to the road extension itself. I understand that the road extension is having an impact on the floodplain, but our concern and the concerns of the town should be related to the floodplain impacts, that are resulting from the road construction, if there are concerns.
So that's what, for some time, I've been struggling with what exactly the request is here. And in reading the agenda, more than once over the last couple of days, it says more specifically, the proposal is to modify the regulated floodplain of the C1 Conservancy Overlay Zoning District, consistent with the updated floodplain modeling, and in order to accommodate the extension of Tenning Avenue located in the city of Waukesha. So, to put that in simpler terms, is the request of the town for us to update our map based on more accurate information? Is that what the request is?
So what we're doing now is we're improving the, recommending, or you are deciding whether or not the impacts to the floodplain should be approved. That will result in map amendments, but we will come back through a public hearing process to officially adopt those map amendments, because this is step one. They need to get approval from the local bodies to start construction, and they get a conditional letter of map amendment from FEMA in order to do that. Once they complete construction, they get a letter of map revision, which we then also have to adopt into our ordinance. At that time, that would be an as-built condition. We would adopt, or we would come back through a public hearing so that the town and county can both establish specific districts.
So now I know why I'm confused, because I read for 30 seconds and it took you another 3 or 4 minutes to explain the whole thing. So I'm trying to understand, the request here this evening is for us to modify the regulated floodplain of the C1 Conservancy Overlay zoning district consistent with the updated floodplain modeling. So what that says to me in my layman's terms is that you're asking the town, or the property owner, to better put it, is asking the town to update our floodplain so that it's consistent with new floodplain modeling. Is that right?
We are proving, so we are amending the, and maybe it would be good to have this map available to you. Mike, did you bring copies? So the project has an increase on Mr. Smart's property, which ever so slightly modifies the boundary of the floodplain. So it is a modification of the floodplain boundary. The map actually remains C1 overlay because it's wetland. So our zoning district doesn't end up changing. It's C1 overlay regardless of whether or not it's wetland or floodplain.
So what is this map telling me?
It's showing you the slight impact in the floodplain boundary on Mr. Smart's property. Now, what happens is...
And the impact is the blue?
It is, so on the south side, there's blue. That's actually not part of what we're regulating. He's showing a 0.2% floodplain. But the solid pink is the current floodplain boundary.
Okay, I got that.
There's a pink line. So if you're looking on the south side of his triangular piece, there's a pink line below that. And there's a few cross sections on Mr. Smart's property where the floodplain increases to a maximum of about just less than 1/2 of a foot. These maps are really deceiving because the boundary increases, not because of the project. There's just different topo data available on our GIS system and what he's using. So it's just showing a different line based on topography. The elevation past Mr. Smart's property actually decreases.
Past which way are you talking, saying past?
When you go upstream to the east and north.
Okay.
There's actually a decrease in floodplain. So when they come back in and they get a letter of map revision from FEMA, then the town and county do need to come back and we need to establish zoning districts based on that amended model. But again, that's not a result of the project, that's a result of updated study information.
And the line is the new floodplain?
The pink line is the proposed floodplain, yes. So it's kind of, the red line is the proposed floodway, the pink line is the proposed flood fringe, and the solid pink is the existing floodplain. But I don't want you to focus too much on the maps, because again, a lot of it relates to updated topography maps. There's really no change in regulation because of topography. It's the cross-sections that matter. So he's got a bunch of numbered cross-sections, and when you relate it to the table, it shows how the impact only exists on Mr. Smart's property. That's been approved by the DNR. The DNR engineer looked at it again today, and that's, it has been approved, and it's with FEMA for a conditional letter of map revision.
If I could maybe just ask a follow-up question, where I'm, I guess, a bit lost on this is the way this appears on our agenda is discussion and possible action on the rezone request. And then some of the other language follows downstream. Are we really acting on a rezone request?
It is a rezone because there's, you're required to get a rezone if the project results in an increase in the floodplain. And there's an increase in the floodplain on Mr. Smart's property. And therefore, that will result in a map, well, it ends up being an amendment to our ordinance, but because it's C1 wetland, the zoning district really doesn't change. So
now I'm really confused.
I don't know what to, per FEMA, we have to amend any change to the floodplain. We have to adopt a change to a floodplain. What that ends up being, so a condition of this approval will be that they have to get a letter of map revision from FEMA. When we come back to establish specific zoning districts, we end up adopting, there's an official map section in our ordinance, and we adopt the letter of map revision.
So if we were to act on this tonight affirmatively, then we're going to come back and have another public hearing and talk about rezoning?
When the project is complete, because it also includes a component where the floodplain modeling was just updated. It's just being updated. FEMA's gonna come back and say that, they're gonna say, county, the floodplain maps have been amended, you have 6 months to adopt this study. And it's a letter of map revision. Again, the reason why there's not an impact to other neighbors is there's a reduction in the floodplain elevation. It doesn't have a negative impact on anyone other than Mr. Smart.
Okay, but where I'm hung up tonight, this is on the agenda for a rezone request.
It's a rezone.
And then we're going to be doing another rezone request downstream. Don't mean to play on words, but there's going to be another rezone request?
Because when they finish the project, they do as-built, and that's when they get their official letter of map revision. And so that's when the town, the reason why we're waiting for that, I mean, we could consider it now, but we have jurisdictional boundaries that we have to deal with, and so it's best to get the as-built information so that the town establishes their zoning outside of the shoreline, and we establish it within. Our shoreline jurisdictional boundary happens to end at the floodplain. So,
okay, can I?
If you don't want to come back, it could be a condition of approval that the zoning districts have to be established by the town and county prior to the letter of map revision being effective.
So do we revisit it because it potentially changes again once they remap it?
Not off of Mr. Smart's property, it won't.
So we're gonna revisit it no matter what? Even if there's no change from now till the project is complete, we're still gonna revisit it?
In order to establish our jurisdictional boundaries. Because what we're doing now is step one. We're giving him the opportunity to get his project started because there's an impact on his property. The next step is you have to wait until the impact occurs before you amend the zoning map. In order for that, you have to wait for the LOMAR to take place in order to change the jurisdictional boundaries. Because right now, if we change the boundaries, project hasn't occurred, so we can't do it until it's been accomplished.
So what are we changing the zoning from to what? I mean, it's C1 now, is that correct?
It will continue to be a C1 overlay. What's confusing is, as part of our maps, we're just distinguishing between floodplain and wetland. So although it's a rezone, it's not that the zoning district is actually changing. It's changing from a C1 overlay as a floodplain area, floodplain and wetland, to just wetland. Regulations are the same.
That's the change that's being asked here, is to go from wetland to shoreland, or vice versa?
Right now,
I'm kind of confused because you're asking for a rezone here, and it's already C1, and I think we're looking at keeping it C1, right?
you are. FEMA requires that we go through a rezone
I
process
get
when
there,
there's,
yeah.
because the county has floodplain and wetland in a C1 district. FEMA requires that we go through a rezone process if somebody has an increase in the floodplain. So it's a rezone to change the floodplain boundary, but it is still zoned C1 Conservancy Overlay, and I think that's where the confusion in the map piece is.
Yeah, when I see a rezone, I look for, we're gonna change something from C1 to,
If
B1
you
or
wanna
something like
say,
that. but
you know, it,
You're saying you're just changing the floodplain area, correct?
yeah, so when you look at our ordinance, there's an official map section that's required by FEMA that includes all of the floodplain panels and any letter of map revisions and map changes, and that's part of our ordinance.
So are you saying if this were to move ahead, the project gets done and then the impact thing, then somebody comes back and field verifies or defines where the wetland or the floodplain is after the project is done? Is that it?
When the project is done, that's just when we would determine, the town could determine the underlying zoning district, because there's a change in floodplain boundary.
That sounds like a little backwards to me, I'm sorry.
So here's the thing, or you can leave it, I mean, it's floodplain right now, so you can leave it as is, but it's going to reduce, so what would make the most sense is to reduce that boundary. It was not, we did not notice this hearing to change our zoning jurisdictional boundaries. We could have done that, but we did not. So we cannot address that
Maybe
issue tonight.
help us out. If we were to take action on this tonight, frame the motion. What does the motion say? What is it? Can you put that into words?
You would make a motion to approve the text and map amendment of the Waukesha County Shoreline and Floodplain Protection Ordinance in order to approve the increase in floodplain on Mr. Smart's property, is really what the motion could be today.
Say it louder in the mic.
Do you?
Yeah, maybe she can even write it down.
So if I look at the ordinance, you're recommending a motion to Waukesha County to approve a map and text amendment to the Waukesha County Shoreline and Floodland Protection Ordinance in order to accommodate an increase in the floodplain elevation on Mr. Smart's property.
Mr. Chairman, am I allowed to make that motion? Can't
Well,
do that yet?
no, not at this point in time. If we're gonna do it, we either have to adjourn the public hearing and carry on, or we gotta close the public hearing. And maybe, I didn't mean to get ahead of the game, but I thought maybe that would help clarify what it is we're being asked to do. That's the reason I did that. Okay, where are we at?
Could I ask to make a comment, please?
Sure.
Okay. John Dimick, S51W23115 Partridge Lane. I'd suggest the board may want to consider whether it's in the best interest of the town to add another intersection onto the one of the two main arterials that serve the town. Because that's really what this is about. So, as I understand it, we want to add an intersection to Les Paul Parkway that's a few blocks from another intersection with Les Paul Parkway, in order to allow the city of Waukesha and the county of Waukesha to increase their tax base. I think maybe the town ought to be a little selfish and think about what's in this for us. That's all.
Thank you. What's that?
Can we ask our engineer any questions that we need?
Sure, sure. Well, planner, I guess he can ask. Sure, get to the microphone, absolutely.
I'm a little bit lost too, so I'll admit that. So I'll go back to our malarkey if I could ask you. Can you help us out, or do you agree on some of these things that were stated? And do you have any input on any of this stuff?
I guess my only input is it's largely a technicality based on updated topo data and floodplain data, and so the changes that are being made are obviously, you know, they're part of a larger project in the city of Waukesha. But what's being asked of you tonight is to either accept or not accept the fact that the floodplain, the boundary between the floodplains and the wetlands and what exists out there is changing, not really because of impact from the project, that was the impetus of it, but because there's just better data available for mapping purposes. So it's largely a technicality. I know there was questions asked about access to Les Paul Parkway and so on. The town, as far as I'm aware, has no control over development that happens in the city of Waukesha or connections to a state road. So I just wanted to put that on record that that's not what's being discussed tonight, and that's got no bearing on the floodplain mapping whatsoever.
Go ahead.
Sandy Hom. I was going to try and see if I could help Commissioner Stigler understand a little bit. I mean, it's taken a while for us to get to understand it. I mean, obviously it's city land, and obviously what Sean says is right. I mean, we don't have a say in that, what they do with their land and develop it. But when you go into the GIS online, and you can look at the base data of where the land is in the streets, and then on the left-hand side, there are all these different overlays that you can look at. And you can look at the wetlands, and you can look at different things. And so I think what she's saying is that the C1 that's going to stay all the same. But of the two different overlays, the wetlands and the floodplain are going to be changed. Each one is going to move a little bit to accommodate reality. And that's really the only thing that's being addressed tonight, I think. So it's not zoning in the sense of what you're thinking, what we normally do. It's zoning of one of those overlays that you can click on. Thank you.
Correct. And if I can just add, so that's the first step that Amy mentioned. The second step is, even though that's changing between the floodplain and the wetland, the second step is the overall boundary is slightly changing as well. And so that the town's jurisdiction and the county's jurisdiction is going to be slightly altered as well, but that is the second step. The first step is just the difference between the wetland and the floodplain.
Okay, everybody's clear as a bell now?
Terry Bork again, West 238, South 5370 Chestnut Trail. If you disapprove this, will that culvert not be put in? And will that Tenney extension not be able to go forward through the city? Will we block the city from the long-term project if we approve changing the map because of a culvert? And you said no impact on the wetlands? Or we don't know that when the culvert goes in? Could that divert problems in the future to the wetland? I want to protect the environment. Even if it's not our land, you're approving modification to a property area in ours. If we're in charge of this zoning or this wetland, then we must have some right to saying yes or no to this, right? So I don't know. Can you answer the question that if they disapprove this tonight and say, no, we don't want to change the modification, we don't want to change the mappings. We don't want the culvert to go in, to make a road go in. Even though it's not our road, we're not gonna pay for it or build it. Or will the city just come in and say, well, you don't have any jurisdiction over this? Why isn't the city taking care of this? If
So-
it's city property?
So a couple things, I'm not aware of any impacts to the wetland. What we're considering tonight is, the floodplain impact. And that's in the town of Waukesha. I don't know if there's wetland impacts in the city or not. Again, that's not our jurisdiction. The recommendation that's made tonight needs to tie into the purpose and intent of the ordinance related to the impact of the floodplain. Again, we're not regulating the use that's occurring in the city. So if the town's gonna make a recommendation that the county will consider, it needs to relate to, why the floodplain impact, does not meet the purpose and intent of the ordinance. So that increase in floodplain is on the petitioner's property. He's aware of the impact. It's directly adjacent to the highway. And again, there's wetland, soil impacts, et cetera, that limit the development opportunity if that floodplain boundary were not increased. And it's very, so sometimes we run into this on other projects. These changes are so minimal, they're actually hard to see on a map, which is what makes it complicated to understand. So I just want to point that out, is that when the town makes a recommendation, it really needs to relate to the impacts of the floodplain on the town land.
Commissioner Cisney.
Thank you. I am confused, as are several of us. My concern is there any reason for us to know what the long-term usage or development of this property is going to be? I guess if the owner of this property is looking for this to do nothing, he's not going to change anything, then I'm not so certain that it's in the town's best interest to make these changes that we're discussing, and I'm still a bit muddy over this. However, I guess I would like to know what the long-term plan is for this property. Is there a plan? Is there some sort of a plan? Can anyone answer that?
Well, the petitioner would have to answer that question. I'm not, would you have access rights to?
We do not.
To the highway?
We do not. I want to respect the rules that you have about this, but if it's appropriate, I'm happy to try to answer some questions about this. The parcel was obtained from the Department of Transportation, from the state. They bought it, if my understanding is right about the history of it, they bought it when they expanded 59-164 from 2 lanes to 4. They deed restricted it for access, so there is, I know it, I believe it has in part an I think it's an R3 zoning, and then it's significantly covered with C1. And again, that conservancy boundary isn't what is at work in this approval. It's the floodplain modeling that actually, that overlay district that resides within the wetland area. That's changing very slightly as a consequence of a proposed project to extend the Tenney Avenue to the bypass, which, by the way, the DNR has accepted. The Department of Transportation supports. They have for quite a long time as a proper connection to the bypass for the broader transportation network in the overall area. And so this is a years-long process where there's a great deal of support from the jurisdictions that are involved. FEMA and the floodplain issue are kind of, I wouldn't say a minor part, but they're kind of like this last piece of it for us. That parcel, though, without connecting directly to the highway, has, as a practical issue, it can't be developed. So there is no plan for that, I mean, to answer your question.
So essentially then, from where Meyer is on the east side of Tenney and Walgreens is on the west side of Tenney, this proposal is to take that road, go all the way down to, through the woods, whatever, down to 59-164.
That's correct.
So it's just that road. So the property on either side is not going to be proposed for anything else? No housing, no parks, no nothing? It's just an access road? Is that what this is all about? Because that's
No.
what I'm hearing.
No, no.
Oh, I apologize. I thought you were asking about development of the town parcel that is at issue here.
No, I'm curious about, so you extend this road down to Les Paul Parkway.
Right. The land use plan for that parcel in this city calls for residential, and that's what will happen on, I mean, that's a substantial piece of land there. I
Sure
believe
it
we
is.
own around 100 acres at the moment. A good portion of it is wetland, but I would say maybe between 40 and 50 acres are buildable. So there is a plan for housing in there. It's not fully developed, nor approved with the city, but this is a necessary piece of the development picture for that parcel. So it's the first thing for us, is to determine that this road going through, and the city and the DOT for years have said they want this to occur here, pretty plainly. So it is, it's more than vetted. It's being requested of us to have this be a part of the overall development of this piece.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Could you just address my, can't you cul-de-sac your development project? Why do you have to go to 164?
Okay, hang on just a minute. We're not going to do, I mean, he can address that, but we're not going to do exchanging conversation in the audience. So do you want to address that?
I'd be happy to. And
Sure.
I realize this is a city project, and I don't mean that I understand people have skin in this highway. I'm sure people travel Sunset through the city and the town, and they need these, to use these roads, and it's important to them. A bypass in particular, I'm sure, is valuable to everyone here. But the state and the city are telling us they would want this to be part of our project. I can't put it kind of more plainly than that. There may be is the possibility of an alternative, but at this point, that's not what's being requested of us with regard to this, and that's not what we've spent years designing and moving through the process of getting all the required approvals for.
Other questions, comments? I guess, just to sum it up, I think part of what a little bit of the frustration is here in communication, and not meaning to speak for everyone else, but the town of Waukesha here certainly has plenty of help from people telling us how we should or shouldn't develop things in the town. We heard that at some length earlier this evening. At this point in time, at a minimum, there's concern or curiosity about the overall development part of it in the city and everything, because it does impact. I mean, there was a comment made, well, does it have any impact on the town, or words to that effect? It does. And I guess that's part of the frustration that I sense or feel in it from the town's point of view here. It's fine for other people to tell us how town land should be developed and everything, but it's like we really don't have very good information on what somebody's trying to do in the city. And it affects all of us as part of a bigger community. That's my frustration.
I acknowledge that.
To that end, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to adjourn the public hearing. This is a lot to digest in one sitting. I, for one, would like some more time to study this.
I think,
To adjourn to a time and date certain.
yeah, I think that's a,
And can I also ask if you're gonna adjourn, what information, additional information you need for
Let's-
consideration, because, I don't, you know, I guess the applicant would need to know what else they need to provide.
okay. Let's come to that in a minute, but let's give the rest of the speakers the moment. I appreciate your suggestion, Jaren. Let's allow people, at least who are here tonight, to speak.
Hi, I'm Kathy Piala, S39 W27833 Genesee Road in Waukesha. It seems to me antennas go up as soon as anybody mentions zoning and roads going through, and I understand that isn't what you're dealing with here. And it might be just some of the words in the agenda, but can we not just, you know, to move things on is just to approve the map to be corrected with and specifically say this does not apply to any zoning issues, so then move forward. Just exclude it completely in your verbiage. And this is just to correct the map. That's what I understand. Is that correct? If it isn't, then I think it's a whole other issue.
It's so I think Sean explained it well. So we have zoning districts.
Yeah.
And a C1 conservancy overlay is one of our districts.
Mm-hmm.
Good or bad, that district includes wetlands and floodplains.
Mhm.
So even when the floodplain boundary changes on his particular piece of property, it is still C1 conservancy. So that doesn't change. However, as part of those zoning maps, we have official floodplain maps. To change those official floodplain maps, you need to amend the zoning district. What happens by changing the official maps, it actually changes the floodplain layers.
But what
on
I'm
our
saying for
GIS.
tonight, can't they just approve just the maps and then,
This is what we're trying to accomplish here is the impact
and
on
no
the
zoning
floodplain is-
implications? Because everybody's touchy on that zoning verbiage.
The zoning,
For a later date.
increasing the floodplain boundary is essentially affecting the zoning, the map.
I think that's gonna be a problem. Okay,
Elevation.
thank you.
So, and I guess what I just need to know so that we can, help the applicant in providing answers is what is the concern with the amendment? And we need to understand what that concern is from the town.
Sure.
Sandy Hom, I can't understand why you wouldn't approve it. It's on its face what it is. The problem is that the underlying things that are behind it that upset people. And I happen to pay taxes in both the city and the town, so I can put myself in those shoes. But that's what we all need to do as well. I mean, if you're opposed to the development in the city, you can go to the public hearing in the city. If you're not happy with what the state's doing, you can go to the state. But that's not anything that has to do with the town. And to answer the question as to, the access, I mean, anyone who drives that road would be opposed to the access, except to the people that get the access. And anywhere you go, if you build a house, as soon as you build it, you think the area is full. So, Five Diamonds puts in their little outlet or inlet, and that's what these folks want to do. And, you can answer, and there is an answer, there is an alternative. The alternative is, talking about the cul-de-sac, you put a cul-de-sac in, and the development goes in, and they have to drive up north to Sunset and drive down Sunset to 164, or drive west to East Avenue and go out to 164. And if you're buying that property, that makes that property less attractive, and it makes the value less. So clearly the city wants it put in, and the developer wants it put in, and it doesn't have anything to do with the wetlands or the floodplain. They're doing what they're doing. So I think you're just beating a dead horse. And we didn't get an answer to the question is if they don't approve it tonight, does that stop anything? And I don't think it does. I think the county just goes ahead and does what they want to do anyway. I'm sorry, I won't come up again. Thank you very much.
Maybe you could address that question if this is adjourned tonight or doesn't come forward with a favorable recommendation. Will the county honor that, or where do you go from there?
We certainly look for the town's recommendation, and we don't just ignore those. They're very important. What we need, though, is a recommendation that is based on the purpose and intent of the ordinance. So we need to understand why the proposal would not be approved. And it needs to be justifiable. If there's a justifiable reasoning, then we would certainly put that in consideration. If there's not, then the county can and does have the ability to proceed without favorable recommendation from the town.
Can I make one other
Sure.
comment? It seems though that you don't have real good information as far as when the culvert goes in, how this is gonna impact the wetlands. And it's gonna be after the fact that that's gonna be found out. Isn't that a good enough reason to say, hey, let's wait until you get good research information?
There is, based on what I have, and the DNR has been reviewing this project, there is no wetland fill in the town of Waukesha, or impacts that the DNR is not approving. So we don't, again, that's outside of our jurisdictional area. There may be impacts in the city land, I don't know. That's outside of what we're doing here tonight.
But you said after the culvert goes in, you're gonna reevaluate.
Not the floodplain, they have to do an as-built analysis to determine, how the floodplain was, how the project affected the floodplain in the field. And our approval would be subject to that.
So that's after the fact, okay.
I guess I want to follow up
No,
on that, though.
It's not after the fact. The wetland impacts need to be reviewed by the DNR as part of the project. And everything we have is indicating there are no wetland impacts on the town land. So it's not after the fact. They just have to, you don't amend the zoning maps before the change occurs, I guess. So there's not an official amendment to the maps until the
Well, is somebody going to then come out and do field surveying or delineation or what or not post-construction?
They do have, they're obligated to do as-built, engineer as-built certification, yes. They would need to do that.
So is that kind of getting pretty close to after the fact?
She's talking about wetland impacts. We're talking about what FEMA does is they review the proposed project. So these are the impacts based on the proposed project. When they're done doing the project, they go back to FEMA. This is standard practice in all floodplain impact instances. When they're done with the project, then they have to provide as-built certification to FEMA to ensure that that's what they did, and then they get a letter of map revision. It should match, but they don't get a letter of map revision from FEMA until it's been accomplished, because then FEMA's making official amendments to their national floodplain maps. So like if FEMA amended their maps, what if they never do this project at all? Then FEMA maps are not correct. And our maps wouldn't be correct. So we make all rezone approvals subject to the project taking place.
I think what maybe wasn't clear earlier is that all FEMA's doing is ensuring that they followed the lines that are on this map.
It is essentially all that they're doing.
Anybody else for public comment? Did you want to put forth that motion to, oh, I'm sorry. Come on forward.
Betty Patchett, South 57 West 22641, Woodside Court. Where does the Smart Family Trust land end, and where does the town land begin that we are talking about the town land?
Yeah, I think maybe that's an important piece here. So
I would like to know where that is and what we're looking at to change.
Okay, so the land that we're talking about that is being impacted is this little triangular piece right here,
All right.
which is,
There's only one little part of it then that is not in the floodplain.
currently,
Yes, as I look at
okay,
that.
pretty much. This corner right here.
Right. That corner right there we are looking at that is in the town, but is not in the floodplain.
Right, this, let's see, Smart's own land in the city to the west and to the north of the subject property. The lands that the town is concerned with is this little triangular piece.
And how-
As the stream goes upstream, there will actually, because of corrected modeling, not because of the project, there will actually be a reduction in the floodplain elevation once this project is completed. So property owners will benefit from the work that's being done here, because they're showing a better study information is showing better information, which is a reduction in the floodplain elevation.
Okay. How big an acreage is that triangle that we're looking at? Because I'm not really very good at maps.
The total acreage is about 3.66, but again, most of it's is in wetland or floodplain.
And Tenney Avenue would then take up a considerable piece of that land.
Tenney Avenue is not on the town land. That's
Right.
why we're trying to discuss the fact that the road is not part of the,
Oh, then I'm
issue that we're
confused
discussing.
about where Tenney Avenue is.
It's gonna be right, it's gonna come through right here.
Okay.
so right,
It's up above there and would come down
this is
through.
Tenney Avenue, right?
Yes.
Do you not have a drawing that you can project that shows where the road would be extended? I think that would really help.
Yeah.
Do you not have such a thing?
I do not.
I'm sorry, but I thought maybe this was important that all of us know exactly where this is projected to go and
Well, yeah,
where
I
the
get
town
that,
land
but-
is.
What's that? Is this
But it-
Walgreens
I do
right
have,
here?
I mean, I
Walgreens
do
up
have
here?
the road plans, for Tenney Avenue. I don't, do you have them?
No, but in general, it's gonna connect from the north and then come down to the median location here that's on 164, which is here.
Yeah, that's-
I mean, we've got some
One, I
paper,
guess.
we got paper copies of that, but it's just in terms of all the people here at the public hearing, they
Right.
don't have access to that. It's kind of
So west
hard
of.
for them to understand what it is.
Sure, but in essence, it's west of the town property. It's solely on the city of Waukesha property until it connects to 164.
I guess I've got another question, but in terms of this all being about the wetland and floodplain and everything, have some assumptions been made for the amount of impervious surface on the areas to be developed and all that kind of stuff? Is that all part of the study?
That, the stormwater management and road, that's all part of the city project. All that is, being dealt with in the town is the fact that there's a resultant impact, and if you guys look at this map, it's really minor, and it's on Mr. Smart's property. So the map you guys have, the solid pink is existing floodplain. The pink line is the proposed flood fringe boundary, and the red line is the proposed floodway boundary. And so you can see how minimal that is. In fact, his floodplain is, there's a little decrease, a little increase in the actual boundary, but it's the cross sections that are most relevant. But you can see there's very little change.
But my question would be, and help me out here a bit, doesn't a lot of the topography on that generally go from north to south in this bigger area?
Are you talking about, the city needs to ensure that they are properly managing stormwater management.
Okay, but I guess my question would be, right now, and thank you, put the grade contours up there. How much grade differential is there over that? What are those 2-foot contours or 1-foot contours, or what are they?
These are 2-foot contours.
All
And so
right.
you're asking from which point to what point?
Well, I'm saying, basically, top to bottom there, basically the drainage, the natural drainage pattern on that is essentially north to south, correct?
Right, and so you're about 680 at the top.
Yeah.
And then down at the
my,
bottom.
my question is, if the concern is about the floodplain and all that type of thing, I would think there's a significant impact on that. But, I mean, that's undeveloped land right now. If that gets put into impervious surfaces and everything, isn't that gonna have a big impact?
The stormwater management is not what we're reviewing. What we're reviewing is the impact of the improvements on the floodplain, and that's been reviewed by DNR and is being reviewed by FEMA. So if the floodplain boundary is not, I mean, this is what we're looking at. We're looking at the impact of the floodplain boundary.
But I'm saying, isn't
don't
that
understand what
floodplain
you're-
boundary likely to change if there's a significant, I mean, if there's impervious surfacing, and if that water flow ends up being from north to south? Conceptually, isn't that a legitimate concern?
But isn't there a stormwater plan would be storm sewers, correct, to handle the water flow from impervious surfaces? It wouldn't be allowed to be run into the wetland at all, would it?
Well, generally, new development being managed with stormwater management actually improves the runoff, but go ahead, Mike.
My name is Michael Schwar. I'm with Stony Point Hydrology, and I performed the floodplain modeling for this. I did not perform the stormwater analysis. However, all of the flow that would come down towards the creek from the north would travel to the west and then go underneath the bypass. But any development that would go on, including development of the roadway, would be required to be held and treated with either detention or infiltration. There are several facilities with that, so that they would not result in increases in flow in the creek. And so the stormwater from this area would discharge to the west and would be within an approved stormwater management plan. But the city of Waukesha is the one who would be enforcing that stormwater plan. So all of the water that would kind of pass through the property is kind of it comes from the north and the east. Part of it comes underneath the bypass from the east, and part of it comes down through Sunset from the north. The area for the roadway, any flows coming from the roadway, as I said, would be held and or infiltrated, and would not increase flows in the town parcel we're speaking of.
And the stream is flowing toward the west.
Correct. The stream flows from east to west.
Okay, and that, again, our concern, big picture, perhaps that's solvable, but I mean, if they're gonna be buildings and additional asphalt pavement, it's about more than the roadway. So our concern is, I mean, that goes basically to the west and south, that goes to town land.
Well, and any buildings would also have to have stormwater management plans associated with them. So if you were to go in and construct a subdivision, you would have to have stormwater management for that subdivision.
Okay, thank you.
That's what I was gonna ask, Mr. Chairman. That creek does run to town land.
Yep.
In stormwater management, I understand that, but you're not catching all the water coming out of that area regardless, and it will flood, and it will flood out the town to the south.
So I guess what the applicant has done is they've met all of the criteria required by the state and federal government to come up with a revised regulatory floodplain boundary, and that's what we're here to pursue tonight, is the regulated 1% chance floodplain boundary, which he's analyzed, you know.
The 1% though, for the past 3 years, I believe that we've been over.
But stormwater management and regulatory floodplain are two different animals in that, what we're considering here. This city has to ensure that the development is complying with city and state stormwater management provisions. And both of us, all municipalities, have to ensure compliance with state and federal floodplain regulations. So we're looking at two different things. So I want to make sure that the focus is on the impact on the smart property, which is really what's being amended here tonight. The modeling is not showing an impact downstream.
Has the model checked downstream?
Yes, he goes, he has cross sections going to the south side of the highway.
But there is no way to actually tell on how much excess water will be in that creek for runoff.
You wanna go ahead?
The FEMA regulations require us, they have this old model, and they require us to create a model that matches the old model, and then we revise it with our current topography in order to create an updated model. They have an effective flood insurance study set of flows that we have to use and we have to have in this model for the pre-model and the post-model. So until those are revised with a new flood insurance study, my understanding is this area is probably going to be restudied in the coming year, fairly soon, because the situation is because it's so old. But what we had to do was to use their flows and compare the impacts of this project using their old model, using our improved model, and then using the improved model with the bridge, the crossing in place. So that is how we determined what the impacts were on this property.
I understand models, but every time it rains 2 blocks to the West Avenue floods in the city. They have to close it down every single time it rains.
I don't disagree, and I know that the city has put in a lot of construction in order to try to address some of those issues. And the idea of floodplain management is that we're trying to get a better handle on that, so we make wise decisions. For this particular project, that's what we had to do for this area.
Can I just ask a question? When we refer to this project, define this project, please. Is it the road construction?
So what we had to analyze was the effect of putting this crossing across Pebble Brook. And so I had to analyze what the floodplain impacts would be of putting a crossing at Pebble Brook at this location would be. And so what we found was that if we put a very large culvert in and we put several culverts on the side, we were able to create a crossing that had very small impacts upstream. And so I analyzed that and presented it to FEMA, and so FEMA is going through the process of analyzing making sure that the project meets the requirements. And one of the requirements is that if there is an increase in any location, that we let people know and we notice it and we go through whatever proper procedures there are.
So this project is restricted to the immediacy of the stream crossing?
This particular analysis is, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And the city is responsible for managing stormwater management. And potentially the state, DNR.
Okay, Plan Commission and others, we're probably going to close the public hearing unless there's any further comment, or adjourn it. Those are your choices at this point in time. And if it's to be adjourned, again, Attorney Macy said that would have to be to a specific date. We'd have to give some indication of additional information we're looking for, and probably that would be adjourned. The next Plan Commission meeting would be the 9th of January. Is that correct? January 9th. I guess I'll pose it another way. Is there a concern about or an objection to closing the public hearing? I'll phrase it that way. Is there a desire to adjourn the public hearing to the 9th of January? You'd rather be able to assess this over a period of time, okay?
And I would like to have at least.
Grab a little closer to the microphone, please. Yep.
I would appreciate the opportunity to assess this over a period of time until that January date. And I would like to be able to have a conversation with my counterparts here on the Planning Commission in order to be able to make an effective decision.
Okay.
It's just my personal opinion. Anybody can disagree with me as they wish.
Okay.
I'm gonna put my 2 cents worth on this. I think we're overanalyzing this because half of this stuff belongs to the city's jurisdiction as far as they're making a decision. We're working on a little piece of land, and I think, Amy, what you said is about a foot wide. Is that correct, that we're moving the boundary on this?
The horizontally is, that's really hard because there's a topographic change. So that's a tough indicator of impact, but it's less than a half of a foot increase, vertical elevation increase. That's really what you're looking at. You have to do detailed survey data to determine horizontal boundaries, but it's on Mr. Smart's land.
I agree, and I guess I'd be willing to move forward with it. I don't know if I'd want to delay this any longer.
Okay, so you're in favor of closing the public hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
As for just a comment, I guess, only concern that I have is obviously impacts for the town, future impacts that the town may have. And any impacts to the environment that may come up. And if somebody could tell me in writing that they're guaranteeing me that, that's a good thing. It sounds like the gentleman back there, I'm sorry I forgot your name, but sounds like all those things would be in writing to the state and everybody else would be monitoring that. I guess, Marlecki, I'm not sure if you get involved in that, if we have an issue or could be an issue down the road. I guess that's the only comments I have at this time.
Closing the public hearing doesn't take any action until we go to the next step anyway, right?
Right, if the public hearing is closed, that does not, I mean, we're gonna go on to item 11, one way or the other, if we close the public hearing.
I just want to remind you, if you have questions for the planner or the county or their experts, you have to ask them while you're in the hearing. So many times, if I don't remind you, then somebody says, well, John, what do you think? And I say, no, sorry, you got to decide based on what you've heard.
Town board members, any input on closing the public hearing?
I don't see any reason to keep it open.
Okay. I'm going to suggest that the consensus is to close the public hearing. And unless there's any further comments from anybody, I will close the public hearing at this time. We'll go on to item 11, a discussion and possible action on the rezone request of Robert F. and Carol O. Smart Family Trust and Carol O. Smart Survivor Trust to amend the map and text of the Waukesha County Shoreland and Floodland Protection Ordinance to modify the regulated floodplain of the C1 Conservancy Overlay Zoning District consistent with updated floodplain modeling. The properties include the State Trunk Highway 164 road right-of-way and lands located on the north side of State Trunk Highway 164, directly north of Infinity Fields Baseball Park, tax key WAKT 1352.998.003, discussion by the Plan Commission and Town Board. I will support the request. This has been a little bit of a choppy type of thing. It is a bit involved, a bit complicated. Such is the nature of it. I think we pretty well aired this out. Just for the sake of discussion, if we were to act favorably upon this, and maybe you can answer the question, what happens from there? Does this come back to us at some point in time, or what? What's the way forward?
If you recommend approval.
Yes.
We would take it to the county board for review and approval. And then after that rezone would be subject to the Lomar being approved by FEMA and the project taking place. We would come back to establish, historically, we would include the zoning district changes at this time. But because the town and county now can only regulate on one side of the shoreline line, we would come back at a later date to establish, use that as-built condition so that the town can establish their underlying zoning district and we can establish ours. That doesn't impact the project in any way. Right now, there's zoning in place that will remain in place until we do that second amendment.
Can you give us any idea of time frame for any of that? Just a general guesstimate, or is that somewhat dependent upon the actual construction and development? Or, I mean, can you give us a sense? Is this something that is months in the making, years in the making, and just a best sense, please?
Yeah. The project has to take place, and then the applicant has to get a letter of map revision from FEMA. Once that's approved, we get a letter from the DNR and FEMA that says we have to go through that zoning map amendment process within 6 months. So the town and county need to work together within 6 months of receiving the letter from FEMA. So it would be pending the length of the time frame of their project.
Sure. Maybe, Mr. Smart, you want to just come up for a minute? Can you shed any light on that?
We closed the public hearing.
Oh, I understand that. I'm just asking him a simple question for timing.
So in that second step, essentially, is what they're doing. FEMA is saying floodplain maps have been amended, you have to adopt it in your ordinance. You have 6 months to do it.
Okay.
And then we're just negotiating, the town is deciding, like you have R3 zoning right up to our jurisdiction. I would assume all you would do is extend your R3 zoning to the new boundary line.
Okay.
You know, so it would be that kind of discussion.
All right, thank you. Further discussion? Do you want to give us again language you would suggest for the motion if we're inclined to make the recommendation, please?
Well, using the notice, which I don't know if I have that.
Yeah.
I think you could.
With your microphone, please.
I think you can make a motion to recommend approval of the map and text amendments of the Waukesha County Shoreline Floodland Protection Ordinance. And then subject to any conditions you so feel necessary.
I'm sorry, what?
If you have any conditions you feel necessary, you could add that to your motion, but to modify the map and text of the Waukesha County Shoreline Floodland Protection Ordinance to accommodate the floodplain impacts proposed by Mr. Smart.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, she took the words right out of my mouth.
Is that your
I would
motion?
so move.
All right. I'll second the motion for the Plan Commission. Any further discussion by the Plan Commission on the motion? The motion was eloquently made by Supervisor Stigler. I seconded it. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Possible action by the town board.
Do you want me to repeat that?
Sure.
I would make a motion to accept the recommendation from the Plan Commission.
Is there a second? I'll second the motion. Discussion? Okay, if everyone understands the motion, I sense you're prepared to vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed. Okay, we need to do a roll call vote quickly, please.
It's 2 to 3.
Well, I want a roll call vote, so there's clarity.
Supervisor Stigler.
Yes.
Supervisor Durr.
Opposed.
Supervisor German. Supervisor Radke.
Opposed.
Chairman Fisher.
Aye. Okay, the motion is defeated, 2 aye and 3 nay. Public hearing number 3, the Town of Waukesha Smart Growth Comprehensive Plan Amendment. Notice is hereby given that a joint public hearing will be held with the Town of Waukesha Plan Commission and Town Board on Thursday, November 14th, 2019, following public hearing number 2, starting at 6:30 p.m. at the Waukesha Town Hall, located at W250 S3567 Center Road, for the purpose of hearing public comment on the Town of Waukesha Smart Growth Comprehensive Plan Amendment. I will open that public hearing, and I think Planner Malarkey, are you doing a presentation on this?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Please.
provide an overview, sure. So, we started looking at the town comprehensive plan a few months back, in summertime. The existing plan that the town has was completed in 2009. It was part of a wider county effort at the time, so the town sort of piggybacked onto the county's effort, made some modifications that made sense for the town. A lot of work was put into the plan during that period of time, and so what's being proposed here are not major changes to the plan. You'll look at the map, and the amendments there's a few of them on the map, but there aren't a great deal of amendments. The text was basically updated in various locations with some updated demographic data, some updated economic data, and various tables to sort of bring it into the next decade. However, there's a lot of information that's tied into the larger countywide effort that wasn't, we weren't able to extract that out. And so the idea was we hit the high points here. It was a limited scope, a targeted study. And the idea is that once new census data comes out, done in 2020, probably available 2021, the county does have plans to update their comprehensive plan at the time. And I would urge the town also to piggyback on that effort as well, to keep the plan fresh, to make sure that we have the latest data available. So the executive summary that's at the front of the plan kind of highlights what was changed and what was focused on as part of this effort. I'll just say in terms of demographics and population, from now until about 2040, which is sort of the planning horizon for the plan, there will be about 500 new households in the town. That factors in, it's based on WDOA, or Department of Administration, population estimates, factoring in vacancies, existing units, and persons per household. So we sort of can do the math and get to about 500 new households. That average is about 17 households per year in the town, but most of that growth is projected to take place sort of over the next decade or so, and taper off into the second decade. So we need a plan, make sure there's enough land available for residential uses going forward, and the majority of the town of Waukesha is planned for some degree of residential. The parts that aren't commercial or industrial or institutional, public, are largely some degree of residential. Now, there are a lot of areas in the town that are undevelopable. So a lot of the green that you see on the map are environmental corridors or wetlands or floodplains. But anything that you see a lighter shade of yellow or this paler yellow is all residential property, or property that is developable as residential. And that ranges at what we consider agricultural, at one dwelling unit for every 5 acres of land, down to low-density residential, which is one dwelling unit per about 20,000 square feet to about an acre of land. So the bottom line here is that there's more than enough land planned for residential moving forward in the town of Waukesha, primarily because we don't have areas that are exclusively set aside for ag use. There's always some amount of residential development that can happen even in the agricultural plan land, and those are at densities of 1 unit per 5 acres. So the real purpose of updating the comprehensive plan at this point is to take a look at commercial areas, industrial areas, mixed-use areas, and target some of those areas as to what makes sense going forward for the next 10, 20 years. As we know, there are limited areas for commercial land and industrial land in the town of Waukesha based on just the way things are laid out, where the arterial roads are located, where we're located versus where the city of Waukesha is located. The fact that we do not have access to sewer and water throughout the town, so that does limit the types and intensities of commercial development that can happen. So we do think it's important to protect some land for commercial and industrial development, for tax-based purposes, for economic development purposes. And there's obviously a good deal of that planned in certain locations in the town, but we want to make sure that there's enough going forward as well. The county, Waukesha County, has done a study over the last couple of years that looks at business park and analyzed sites within the county for potential good locations of future business park uses. They've found that there just wasn't enough good locations in the county to last. I think that the time frame was 10 years that they'd exhaust the supply. And so there was a couple of sites within the town that they looked at based on access to transportation, size of parcels, and potential compatibility with surroundings. And some of those locations were the intersections of 164 and Lonsdale, and then the intersection of 164 in Glendale as well. Another area that kind of popped up was the bypass area, where it kind of comes through the new bypass adjacent or near Sunset Drive as well. One of the major things that happened as part of the planning effort was to revisit the land use planning categories themselves. The last plan that was done in 2009, we found as we sort of dug into it, because it was based on the county plan and the town made some changes themselves, there were some inconsistencies not only between the town and the county, but just inconsistencies in the way things were described in the town plan. So some of the text didn't match up with the densities in the category definitions themselves, or the densities didn't match up in the text in the category definition or with the map. So there was some effort put in to clean that up as part of this amendment process. The only real change that got, the substantive change in terms of densities that go with the residential land use categories was the difference between the low-density residential category and the suburban density 1 residential category. And so the change that's being proposed is that the low-density residential category now goes from 20,000 square feet to 1.49 acres, and then the suburban density 1 category goes from 1.5 acres to 2.9 acres. That doesn't make the low-density residential category any more dense. It just expands and broadens it a little bit. And the idea there was to match the county's category so that there's some consistency between the two. You still can't go any more dense than 1 unit per 20,000 square feet in low density, but it's just to clean things up, and when someone proposes something and they're looking at the comprehensive plans between the town and the county, there's consistency there. So we did look, when we looked at, we started drafting potential changes to the plan, we did meet with Waukesha County staff because our plans do need to be consistent in many ways, because as subdivisions happen or someone requests a rezoning change, it's, you know, the county approves both those things. They approve rezonings and they also approve subdivisions. And so there's got to be some consistency within land uses, otherwise things aren't going to happen and development isn't going to get approved. So we did talk through these. They had some comments, and as I go through a couple of these areas, I can kind of give you an idea of what the county's comments were, and we can discuss those if you want. But before we do that, I just want to do sort of a quick run through of what the categories are in the town of Waukesha. And so this text that you have before you represents the changes as proposed in the new document. And I'll kind of point out where we've made changes going through to the new version of the plan. Anything you see in red here are text changes that I've made since the draft that you have gotten to your hands. So there are a couple of additional small text changes that I'm proposing to be part of the public hearing record tonight. So the first thing is environmental corridors in the town are primarily, they recognize primary environmental corridors, secondary corridors, and isolated natural resource areas. That hasn't changed, and that's always occurred in the town. And in fact, we have a zoning district that is the environmental corridor zoning district, and what the zoning district says is that you can't develop in that except for residential densities that don't exceed 1 unit per 5 acres. And that applies to primary corridors, secondary corridors, and isolated natural resource areas. And the thing that was missing from the text in the plan was that the upland portions of the primary environmental corridors were limited to that 1 per 5, but I'm also adding in here that the secondary environmental corridors and isolated natural resource areas are also limited to that. So you can't build in those areas either, even though it's upland. And it's kind of a moot point because, again, our zoning ordinance that matches this 1 for 1 says the same thing. So it's a technical change to make those consistent. Government and institutional, these are churches, libraries, schools, town hall, for instance. No changes made to that. In the agricultural district or agricultural category, that's the category, again, that at a maximum you can do 1 housing unit for every 5 acres. That isn't changing. We aren't changing that in the plan. What I am suggesting that might change, particularly with discussion with the county, is that originally the language talked about paying special attention to Class 1 soils, Class 2 soils, when you look to develop these things. And one of the reasons I'm suggesting we take that out is because those types of soils are scattered throughout the county, throughout the town. There are some more in the southwest portion of the town, but it doesn't really dictate where we allow ag development to happen, for instance, the 1 unit per 5 acres. And so it really isn't a factor because we don't have a preservation plan for agricultural uses. It's not like some communities that have 1 per 35 acres where the goal is to preserve agricultural uses. Our ag district is in a sense, it allows ag uses, but it is also a residential category. So I'm suggesting we take that out, and we can discuss that if there's some question there. In terms of the suburban density categories, there's number 1 and number 2, and those range in densities. They're sort of between the low density category, which is more urban for us, and then our ag category, which is more rural. We break them down into 2 different densities. We're not proposing to change that. What I am proposing to add is language that basically says that conservation subdivision should be encouraged in these areas. So these aren't very dense and they're not very rural, but they kind of have an impact on the landscape. And to preserve as much of the natural landscape as possible, I think we should be encouraging development that occurs in these areas to be in conservation subdivision designs. Again, as I mentioned, the low-density category has gone from 20,000 square feet to 1 acre per dwelling unit to 20,000 square feet to 1.49 acres per dwelling unit. The mixed-use category, we've always had a mixed-use category in the town, at least since 2009. The county has a similar category. I know there's been some question about this. It's been brought up in the last couple of meetings. We need a good definition. What's the definition for mixed use? Because when we apply it to the map, it's fairly liberal in nature. It allows a lot of flexibility in terms of what can happen. So I'd just like to read this quickly so you get a sense of what we have in mind. So this designates areas planned for development that may contain residential, including multifamily and senior housing, commercial, light manufacturing entirely within a closed building with all noise, odor, smoke, heat, glare, and vibration resulting from the use confined within the building, institutional, recreational, or a mix of these uses depending on compatibility with the individual site and surroundings. This category applies to primarily larger areas adjacent to arterial roads where there's potential for a planned development pattern that could benefit from a mix of compatible uses. Some of these areas may be served by public services, including sanitary sewer and municipal water. Careful consideration should be given to review of development, including compatibility with surrounding uses and between uses, buffering and transitions, and access. So again, the point I want to make is the purpose of this category is to allow flexibility. When we don't quite know what the highest and best use could be, we haven't seen a development proposal yet. It might be a mix of commercial and industrial. It might be senior housing and commercial. We don't know, but the way the language is written is when a rezoning is proposed or something else is proposed, we're going to give very special consideration to these areas to make sure it's compatible. Proper access happens, proper buffering to surroundings happens. So just because it's in here and it's on the plan map does not mean we need to rezone property according to every development proposal that will come through. It gives us a lot of flexibility, but also some caution as well. Commercial uses generally has not changed. These are retail, service, office, and general business uses. Industrial uses has not changed as well, except language added similar to the mixed use with careful consideration to surrounding development. Recreation has not changed, and then other open lands to be preserved. These are sensitive areas that may not be in the environmental corridor, but they could be wetlands, floodplains, high groundwater areas that should not be developed. So that's a brief overview of where the categories are in the proposed draft. And so I'll quickly go through the major changes to the land use map. Feel free to interrupt me at any time if you have questions. Otherwise, we can quickly go through this and then we can discuss. So just starting in the northeast corner of the town, south of Arcadian Avenue, the way the map works is that the only things that are being changed on the map are what you see here, sort of these pink boundaries. Everything else already exists. And so on Arcadian Avenue on the south side, we have commercial uses planned, and then further south in the purple was industrial uses planned. And what we're proposing here is that the commercial areas be extended a little bit further to the south to be the full extent of the properties, so that redevelopment, when it happens, as development happens, it's not based on a split parcel, that it can occur fully on an entire parcel. So what I'm saying is that more land closer to Arcadian Avenue should be commercial in nature, and then a little less land that surrounds Anoka would be industrial land. Just again, this is purely has to do with the size and shape of parcels. Moving further south, just north of East Broadway, just west of the city, there were residential parcels that were planned for industrial use, this purple use. I'm proposing that these be changed to plan for low-density residential. I think that's consistent with the surroundings. I think the idea behind originally planning them was the fact that it was close by to the surrounding industrial lands to the north, some industrial lands in the city to the east. However, if you take a closer look at the surroundings, those are really residential properties surrounded by other residential properties. So I think they should be residential. As you go a little to the southwest here, near Racine Avenue and 59 at the northeast corner, land it's sort of an extension of the auto sales further to the south. There's not a lot of land here, and a lot of it's impacted by area to be preserved from environmental concerns. There's some land here. There's not a lot. I think if it is developed, it should be developed as commercial use, just based on the proximity and the location. Access will be potentially challenging, but that could be worked out. I think it's less of a site for residential and more of a commercial site. One thing I'd add that I didn't mention before on the map itself, these black outlined areas, these dashed black outlined areas, those are areas that have been annexed to the city of Waukesha since the last plan in 2009 was done, and that's where the map is from 2009, so you can kind of see the difference in those areas. They're not land use changes in the town, but simply to show. So we're moving further southwest from here, south of 59, and we're looking at Highway 164 here, across from the industrial park that's in the city of Waukesha, Rockwood Way Industrial Park that's in the town of Waukesha. There's a few properties that are across the street from it. There are some, they are surrounded by environmental features. These properties do have potential access from 164 that they definitely could benefit from. Being on 164, the proximity to the industrial parks makes them potentially compatible. Due to the possibility of a good buffering along Big Bend Road, they could be isolated from Big Bend Road, and that Big Bend could still be maintained as a residential roadway, even though some of these parcels may be focused to 164 and may transition to commercial uses. Moving further south down 164, we didn't make any changes to the intersection of Lonsdale and 164, but as you get further down to the intersection of Glendale Road and 164, we do have a couple of changes on the map. And so there's a large area in the northwest corner that's planned for commercial and mixed uses. There are some environmental constraints as you go further north. We are looking at expanding that to the west for mixed uses. Again, some flexibility in uses, but careful consideration would be given to surroundings. So the land to the north was previously agricultural, 1 unit per 5 acres would be an expansion of this for mixed use. And then as you go south down Lonsdale Road, that wraps around the church would also be a mixed use category, going from commercial office to mixed use to allow the flexibility.
Do we make comments now or do we wait?
Sure. If you have a comment, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a comment on the last two that you just had.
Sure.
I guess that mixed use, that first one that's in white MU.
This one?
Yep, I'd recommend we keep that residential, my opinion. Agricultural.
Agricultural.
Yep. And for the time being, I don't think we have to move forward on that.
Sure.
And the property, the MU that's in pink there, that's called environmental corridors there, or and I think mixed uses is wrong for that. I think there's high groundwater in there. The septics, I just don't see big things happening in that area, just because of the photography is and the way the land lays out and how low the land is in that area and how environmentally that could be affected later on down the road. I'd recommend leaving it as is, as we have it on the map.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and we'll come back and discuss all these at the end and get other comments. Maybe it is best for me just to go through quickly and then we can revisit any areas. To the southeast, along Big Bend Road, there is a new subdivision that's being proposed here. This comprehensive plan change was actually made last year from agricultural to low-density residential, and it's an extension of the subdivision to the north, that has been approved, so this is simply a map amendment catching up to a previous approval. I'm going to zoom out here to get my bearings. All right, so let's go to the west side of town. We'll take a look. We'll start in the northwest corner up here by the bypass. And so the annexation since the last map were done are these thick black lines here. So this is now in the city of Waukesha. The new bypass that's coming through are these other dotted lines that come through. And here's the intersection with Sunset Drive, and it continues through this property until it continues further north and then ends up re-intersecting with crossing over Merrill Hills Road there. And so the changes that we're proposing in regard to the bypass itself are limited to just north of Sunset Drive. And so there are some properties along Green Lane that are already commercial in nature. And so Waukesha Storage is there. We looked at that previously due to a sign request before. We do know that Merrill Hills Road is going to be dead-ended here. And so the bypass there's a lot of visibility there. There's access on Sunset. There's an opportunity on this particular site to do something other than residential use due to the visibility and access. We do know that there are a couple access points off of the bypass noted by these small arrows. This property to the southwest also has potential access to Merrill Hill and Sunset Drive as well. So I'm feeling pretty good about commercial opportunities on that parcel. As you go to the east and look at this parcel, you can see these are wetlands here that I've drawn in to give you a sense. There isn't a ton of land that's available for development, but it could potentially be a commercial use. It could also be a mixed use or some kind of a residential use as well. So I'm landing on commercial use now. It's certainly something we can discuss if you feel differently on that one. But there's not a ton of development potential on there due to the limits for the wetland. Southwest of there, Merrill Hills Golf Course is this larger green area. We do know that there's some conditional use development and a PUD for residential uses that was approved and is still in process in the town. As part of that, through the process, the driving range itself was peeled off as an outlot, and we've already approved the change in land use from residential use to recreational use. So again, the map is just memorializing that change as well. Further southwest on Genesee Road, Piala's Nursery is for the most part here in red. They own other properties that are adjacent to the east. And what I'm proposing here is that commercial gets expanded to some of those areas still off of Brook Hill Drive. There's still buffers to Brook Hill Drive there. And then a couple of properties that are between it and the school on Genesee would also be commercial development to kind of to continue that, to be bookended on either side. There's one other property in this general area that was not on the latest map, but I'm bringing forward tonight. It's on Salesville Road, County Road X, and it's sort of sandwiched in between the city of Waukesha and across from some residential uses in the town. There's several possibilities for development of this property going forward, whether it's some sort of residential use, might be a good site for senior housing in the future. There could be some limited commercial here. We do know that the city of Waukesha has some commercial use planned just directly to the east of that. And so I'm recommending for this particular parcel to be in the mixed use category. Again, with anything that happens there is careful consideration for buffers and access and compatibility with surroundings. The last area of the map proposed for change is the Sunset Drive area. We saw it earlier tonight with the TID discussion. There we go. And so this is sort of an island surrounded by the city of Waukesha. The changes being proposed as part of this area are a couple. I'll start with the residential. We saw the residential that butted against Sunset Drive, going from residential to mixed use. I think it was talked about a number of times during the public hearing that would be commercial in nature, and that's not necessarily true. These particular properties might be commercial, it might be a mix of uses. There could be some higher density uses such as senior housing potentially in this area going forward. And by changing the map here on these plans, the point that was made as part of the TID hearing was that we are not saying that whoever owns these properties needs to go out tomorrow and sell out to a commercial developer or someone doing a higher density residential use. They can maintain their property as they do now. But long-term in the corridor, this is a good way to not only mimic what's across the street and some of the other things happening commercially, but also to handle access. I mean, one of the problems with Sunset Drive is the fact that there are a lot of driveways that front it. There's a lot of residential uses that front it. And so as you do new development, new commercial development, new mixed-use development, you maintain or you require that access is managed and consolidated. So much of this access, if not all of it, would be from side streets and so on. So it would alleviate some of the traffic concerns and some of the access concerns on Sunset as well. In addition, there were a couple of residential properties that were previously planned for mixed use at the end of Green Valley Lane that we think should be reverted to low-density residential because they are encompassed within this neighborhood. And although some of these commercial uses or mixed uses could be expanded to the south, we think they're better suited as part of this residential neighborhood. And then finally, small property here, which is planned as commercial and should be planned as industrial use. It's currently used as industrial, and it's in better keeping with the immediate surroundings on Industrial Lane. And so that is the gist of all of the proposed land use plan amendments this time around, and I'd like to finish there.
Okay, thank you. Anybody who would like to step up to the microphone and offer public comment, you're welcome to do so at this time.
Jennifer Andrews with the City of Waukesha. Just as you saw, there are several areas that you're proposing land use changes in your comp plan. And those areas are in extraterritorial zoning as established by the City of Waukesha earlier in November. We would suggest that the town and the city have conversations over the next several months or year to determine the final zoning for those properties before you make land use changes to your comp plan, so that is consistent with whatever agreement the town and the city reach on those areas.
Thank you. Who else would like to comment?
Catherine Piala. Can you go back to the southwest? Go all the way close to where the border is, near Genesee? Now, are you including, okay, you're including all the, okay, that's all I needed to see. I didn't see it. You coming off of Green Country? So all that land is red commercial all the way to the Genesee border?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
And that most of that exists already. We're only changing a little bit to the east to add to the commercial category.
To add to the commercial land.
Next speaker. Please come forward.
Terry Bork, Chestnut Trail. Could I see 164 and Glendale Road?
Sure can.
Again? So I'm on Chestnut Trail. In blue is the church?
Correct.
Or the Bible church? And down lower, is that the disputed land that Big Ben wanted to annex a while
Yes.
back? Is that just sitting there? No one, somebody owns it. but-
It's owned, but it's currently vacant, right?
Hmm?
It's owned, but currently vacant.
Right, okay. And right of Glendale Road. The ballpark, right? The indoor baseball thing?
To the north of Glendale? Correct.
Right, okay. And you want to extend that?
This is not being changed. So the red that you see here on the map all exists as mixed use and commercial.
Okay.
And so mixed use is being extended to the west, or being proposed to be extended to the west of that.
So the ballpark could go further west if they want to expand?
If they owned it, sure.
Okay.
And it was approved by the town.
Right, right. Okay, thank you.
Sandy Howe, Milky Way Road. Not in my backyard is what he wants to know about Glendale Road. I want to know about Sunset and Les Paul. Early in your conversation, Sean, you mentioned something about that intersection, but then I didn't see anything on the map being proposed for that. Can you go back to where that is?
I'm sorry, does Sunset and Les Paul?
Yeah, maybe you misspoke. Maybe you meant Racine and Les Paul. I don't know, because there were changes on Racine and Les
Yeah,
Paul, but you
Racine and
said
Les Paul there
Sunset.
was, and so maybe I did misspeak there.
Okay.
Because
I didn't understand where with the Speedway and, you know.
Nothing is being proposed no changes at Sunset and Les Paul.
Okay. I've spoken before that I have a general opposition to mixed use. I don't think as I said before, I think the flexibility is for developers, and I don't think the side of it that says, with some limitations or with being careful, I think that it just opens the door. And I can see its use in a few places, but, you probably have reduced quite a bit of it from what you presented the first time, I'm not sure. I tried to breeze through the 100+ pages of this document. Didn't get to complete it. But, I would rather see the town define what they want in a plan rather than leaving the plan just with all these things that just say, well, we don't really know what we're going to do here, so we'll just call it mixed use. That's my opinion, and share that with you folks. Thank you very much.
Okay, who else would like to speak? Come forward, please.
Betty Paget, South 57 West 22641 Woodside Court. I find it very interesting that the city has the presumption to come in here and tell us what to do when we cannot go to the city and tell them what to do.
Thank you. Who else?
Sandy Howe, I had one more comment that was really the first comment. Looking at this map and not having had time to review it, this is a public hearing that I would like to see adjourned to a later date to give residents a time to look at all of these changes and form opinions on them. I wouldn't be ready to make a decision on this tonight. Thank you.
One more speaker coming up.
Roger Adams, South 41, West 27657, Honey Acres Court. Sean, could you look up at that, over by Highway 59, Green Country, Rose Glen School? I need a clarification on that. Okay, yeah, right there, where it says COM.
Okay.
You've got commercial, okay. That's all residential on Brook Hill Road on either side.
It is.
And you've got Rose Glen School essentially right where you've got right to the left of commercial. And I'm just wondering, how is that to be considered a location for commercial?
Well, so the school is blue, right? So the school is the blue property here.
Okay.
And
Yep.
the nursery is in red here.
Right.
And so, as you mentioned, there are homes on both sides of Brook Hill Drive, and those are still, we're not touching those. Piala's operation, they own these properties here, down below, they own this here, and some of this, they don't own the two residences here.
Oh, okay.
So there are two properties here that are planned for commercial that can go on being residential as long as they want to, but have the opportunity to be converted to commercial in the future at some point because of the nature of this, because they're sandwiched in between. They basically would be islands there in between these uses. And so just for consistency across the board, they would also have the opportunity to be commercial at some point.
I see. I can't see anybody besides Piala's as owning that because of where it's at. But when you say commercial, I take a more general use of the term, such as putting in something like something commercial, and it wouldn't make any sense to see that done with anything except with retail business or any other business except something more along the lines that Piala's is doing. So thank you for the clarification.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
Betsy Novak, S44W25357, Red Oak Drive. I want to second what Betty Paget said. This is our town. This is for us. We should decide what we're doing. We shouldn't have the city of Waukesha coming in here telling us. And if we want to put a TIF district in, we should be able to do that. Why are we listening to what they want us to do when they take our land? If we look at that and they start annexing all our land, they come in here, they can do that, and they say, well, too bad, this is what we want to do. And then they want us to listen to them when they want to tell us what to do. This is our town, not theirs. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Members of the Planning Commission or Town Board want to speak during a public hearing? Go ahead.
I'd like some more input if possible on, or some discussion at least on the Glendale Road 164 corridor, if we could focus on that.
I guess I'll come and speak, and mine is a bit more general, but it a bit speaks to that, where there's proposed in that area mixed use. I have expressed previously my concern about that mixed use category, and I understand one favorable description of it. It provides flexibility. I think from my perspective, that's also kind of the dangnation of it too, if you will. I think it's too loose. I mean, what is to preclude in a lot of areas that we have previously identified, because we have limited arterials, really limited opportunities for commercial use and so forth. And I think you pointed that out previously in your presentation. I mean, that definition is so loose with the mixed use. I think that would simply allow somebody to do residential, period, and nothing more, would it not?
Correct.
And that concerns me, because for me, that's just too loose. So when we get to the point of going through a lot of these area by area, I'm likely not. I mean, there may be some places where that's appropriate. I think along Sunset or that type of thing may be appropriate, but in some of these other areas and more arterial areas, I probably will not be supportive of a designation of mixed use.
So what might the category be for those properties highlighted?
I guess I would leave them as they are presently, unless there's some good justification for changing them. Anybody else?
As long as we're on this area, the problem is that the market doesn't seem to think that we have it classified correctly. If I'm not mistaken, there's been 3 proposals over the last 15 or 20 years, and they've all been residentially orientated. You know, getting into what the water tables are and all of that, I don't know that that's an appropriate conversation we need to have at this point. That's more about when a particular project comes forward and, you know, because we're a town, the county gets involved with the, you know, wastewater management and the perk tests and all of those things happen at that time. But I'm aware of at least 3 projects over the last, I'm not sure if it's 15 or 20 years, that have come to the board that were residentially orientated that seemed to be an appropriate use of this land.
What's your definition of resident, though?
I don't know, you'd have to entertain each project as they come along.
The last ones I remember were senior housing and I believe senior housing 2 times. And townhomes a 3rd time.
Okay, those are residential.
Senior housing's residential?
It could be, depending upon how it's run. I don't know that there was a senior housing complex proposed for this, I don't recall that, but you could be right. You live next door, so you'd probably know more about it than, your recollection would be better than mine.
I will tell you, in discussions with Waukesha County for the southwest corner that's shown as mixed use, their plan currently has it as suburban density residential. And in discussion with them, they also have a mixed use category, but they are not willing at this time to change the plan to their mixed use category. They want to leave it as residential for now. They would entertain the option at some point when a specific development proposal was made that they thought made sense to convert it, their land use plan, to mixed use for something else. But they think, you know, the area is very sensitive in terms of access and other issues that they want to stay put for now, and they'll wait till a specific proposal comes forward as to whether or not they need to change their plan. So they are maintaining that's a residential site for now.
Yeah, and, you know, my main point is that leaving it as it is, which is commercial office?
It's commercial office right now.
Yeah, commercial office. I mean, there hasn't been any interest in that for that piece of land. And as far as environmentally, you know, what would you throw on there? A 2 or 3 story office building? I don't know how that has any different impact to the land than a couple of houses. So, my 2 cents.
Give you my 2 cents. I think we have commercial development to the north of the church now.
Correct.
And I think we should, 164 is a corridor, and at one time this was considered the next big development for commercial areas between I-43 and Waukesha. So I'd like to keep it that. Mixed uses, you know what I think of mixed uses. I think that opens the door for a lot of problems, and I would like to either make it commercial as it is, or agricultural, even if, you know, because it kind of at least narrows it down. But I mean, mixed use to me is just throwing your hands up in the air, and wherever the ball lands, it's just, it doesn't make any sense to me anywhere, to be honest with you. I'm not a favor of mixed use, so I would not support that.
Who else would like to talk?
I'll give you a couple cents again. I just started that mixed use project. I can see density or suburban density too in there. Keep it residential. I have a problem with residential. I have a problem with major septic systems in an area like that is going to support senior housings, if you want to say that's what was in there. I don't know if it was in there or not, but buildings like that's going to have a big significant septic field. If it fails, we don't have a secondary system here, and I just don't believe it should be in that area. Fields like that in environmental corridors with high groundwater, I think it's just a bad thing for the environment. Period. And I can see putting a few homes in there. I don't have a problem with that, but
wouldn't that be proved out by the soil testing at the time of the development? I mean, then we would make the same argument about the proposal by the new bypass, which has very, very heavily environmental.
I have some issues over there also. What's that?
Aren't we then putting the cart before the horse if we all just sit around and guess what the soil's gonna support?
Oh, I agree with you, but I guess why support something that we're gonna not pass down the road?
Because I don't know that you know that. Have you tested it in the past? I don't know, maybe you did.
So if I could shed a little light on the site, the environmental corridor is green, right? So the site, what we're changing is, there's no corridor within what we're proposing to change. There is some high groundwater on the site, which potentially, depending on topo and fill, could preclude basements on the site in certain areas. And so that limits a certain type of residential development in some cases, but it doesn't mean it can't necessarily be developed. Obviously, it's planned for commercial office right now, and the idea was to put, you put slabs out there and you put buildings on them, it's developable. You just can't go down into the groundwater. And so whatever happens there isn't going to impact the groundwater one way or the other. If you can't get basements in there, you're not getting a basement. And so as development occurs, those things get reviewed. But just the point I really wanted to make is that there is no corridor in this site. It's all to the south and is identified as green. So part of the property, the ownership of the property goes into environmental corridor, but the area relegated to mixed use and any development at all is north of the corridor.
I believe some of that is in wetlands.
Yeah, there are some wetlands, and there's some wetlands down in the south portion of the site here.
I have a suggestion I'm going to make, and it's just a suggestion at this point in time, but I really think that we're going to need to adjourn this public hearing for 3 reasons, not in any particular order. One is the lateness of the hour. I mean, it's 25 to 10. We haven't even started the town board meeting yet. That's one reason. The second reason is there is an awful lot here to digest that I think not only for people in the public, members of the Plan Commission, Town Board, it's important stuff. There's so much to digest. And the other third thing that I had to it, I heard invitation, thank you, from Jennifer Andrews there to engage in some cooperative discussion on some areas with the city. We recognize that you have asserted your extraterritorial zoning authority or jurisdiction. I absolutely think that that would be great. I'm but one member of the town board here, but I'd like to say let's sit down sooner rather than later and see if we can cooperate and to come to some conclusions on some of the land use and land planning. So others might not support my point of view, but I've got 3 reasons I absolutely think that this public hearing needs to be adjourned, and I don't want to cut anybody off who wants to speak to it tonight. That's not the purpose, but I'd ask you that you consider those three points of view. So
I'm going to ask one more thing, and one of the people out here said we should maybe table the public hearing and let people have a little more time to think about it and come back maybe next time and have more input.
That's in essence what I'm suggesting, is to adjourn this to the 9th of January.
Oh, I thought you were going to just close it. I thought you meant
No,
close it.
maybe
Okay.
playing with words a bit here.
All
Attorney
right.
Macy can help us out, but in this instance, to adjourn it means to continue it or table it. I mean, it's essentially one and the same. Is that true?
Motion to adjourn to a date and time.
Yeah. So
So-
you and I are on the same page on that?
I just want the folks here to be clear, because we're talking a lot about communication. I mean, this is a multi-step process that we started when, Sean?
Early summer, I believe.
I'm sorry?
Early summer?
Early summer, yeah, so maybe late May, June. And it's been on the town board agenda twice before, I think, right?
At multiple times on Plan Commission board.
Yeah, it's been before the plan commission several times. This is the first public hearing that we've had. But this has been a multi-month, multi-meeting process that we've gone through to make these changes, so.
Before what?
This isn't the first time that the information's being rolled out.
Okay.
Do you need a motion to adjourn, or where are we here with this?
Well, I guess thoughts of other people, yeah, probably, I mean, we could do that, or we could adjourn this and pick it up next month, if that gives people time to digest the 12th of December.
I would move to adjourn till next month.
Okay.
Date and time certain.
Yeah, well, it's December 12th.
Is that?
I believe, is that the next meeting date at
next public-
6:30?
Yeah.
All right, I'll second the motion. Discussion. And I guess that we should ask a question on that. This would be participation by both the town board and the town plan commission. Is that appropriate, or do we simply poll the group and make a decision, or what, in terms of adjourning the public hearing? Is it an appropriate motion? Okay, and we can have plan commission members and town board members both vote. Everybody comfortable with that? Okay, further discussion. Everybody understand the motion, the second? It's basically to adjourn the public hearing and continue it on December 12th at 6:30.
I'm not sure if this is appropriate this time, but I'll just ask, and we maybe put this in there, but I know we've been discussing that mixed use, and some are favorable, some aren't. I guess I wouldn't mind having a workshop. I think I brought that up once before, but I'd bring it up again, and I think it's a good opportunity for us to, be all on the same page, I guess, if that's would be something that we could.
The only thing I would say, and Attorney Macy might jump in on it, in as much as we've actually opened this as a public hearing, I think it probably needs to continue as a public hearing. I mean, as a practical matter, it might, in essence, you can call it a workshop if you want, but I think we need to continue the public hearing. Do you have a different point of view?
Yes, unless you want to pay to renotice it, which
Well,
I would recommend you spend the money to close it and start all over again.
No. So, Supervisor, is that okay? I mean, if we do it,
I
mean,
understand.
it would, I think, in essence, have the effect of being a workshop, if you want to call it such. Okay. Any other discussion? There's a motion to adjourn, use the word continue if you want, this public hearing on December 12th at 6:30 p.m. Everybody understands the motion. All Plan Commission and Town Board members can vote, indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Right, that passes unanimously. Okay, thank you. Then item 13, the amendment to the comprehensive land use plan. We will not be taking any action on that because the public hearing is continuing, correct? So at this point in time, a motion to adjourn the meeting of the Plan Commission would be in order.
I move to adjourn the Plan Commission meeting.
That should be easy. Is there a second? Okay, motion by Supervisor Stigler, seconded by Commissioner Sisney to adjourn the meeting of the Plan Commission. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, we'll take a 5-minute comfort stop and then proceed with the town board meeting. Thank you all who came and participated in those public hearings.
all over. Right, exactly. Yeah, wouldn't really have an issue. It's an issue. Yeah, yeah. So, anything from there? No, no, I haven't heard nothing. I was surprised we wouldn't hear it. Yeah, I put in the thing there, and I thought there was gonna be more open meeting than just the very beginning. So I didn't get to ask that question when I wrote down on there about, if everything was completed on the project. And I'm not. Well, see, Merrick had that building inspector, you know, there is someone. So I mean, whatever he was telling them, that's what the building inspector did. He didn't know it was shit. Because when he went and put in the complaint, this is down so much shit. And then I found out from the building inspector, wait a minute, this is grandfather. I don't have to take this out. And then he's got this here that I'm supposed to get rid of this. I don't have to get rid of this. So he's doing all this stuff. And then when I'm telling the building inspector, hey, what about when he cut that over there and I got this big drop down? Then all of a sudden it comes, yeah, then it comes back and says, oh, well, he doesn't have to do anything because he's not done with the project. Well, wait a minute, I got a steep drop over here that's dangerous. You know, so he just goes to the mayor, gives him a bunch of bullshit, and then all of a sudden it's the law. You know, well, anyhow, I don't know exactly how this works. I got a couple on the shelf. He's living back there. Supposedly, this LLC company that owns other properties got the property back. I don't know how he's tied in with the deal that he's in here. But anyways, I talked to there's a lady that's staying in one of the units that's as a manager of the properties over there. So I went over talking with her, get some information and stuff. That's why she said there's still back there. You know, I don't know how long this lease is and stuff. But it's between 1,800 to start to 2,300 plus. I don't know what the plus is, if there's some extra shit or something.
Okay, we're going to get started again, folks.
So,
That would be my only reservation. Because. All right, I'm gonna get out of here.
Okay, we're gonna move on at 9:50 with the town board meeting. Item 15A, discussion and possible action on final payment and closeout of 2019 road program contract with Payne in Dolan. I think in your packets you have a letter from engineer Christopher Janelli. This speaks to final payment. It is the essence of this, that this is his recommendation to authorize final payment. Is that the gist of this?
Yes.
Okay. Discussion or action?
So that's the 175, 460, 107? That's what we're paying? That's the balance? And so for the total work that they did, do we know how that falls in line with what we approved? I guess I have to apologize. I did not look it up.
The original contract was 279. The original contract was 276, 695, which is what was approved.
Oh, yes, okay, I see it there.
And then we had the change order that was approved to 283.
That was approved by the board?
Yes.
Okay.
That was in a change order.
If you look at the second to the last page under their application for payment, number 2 final, they got the original contract price in there at the 276,695, net by change order 7,142.68, I believe that is, so the total is 283,837.68. So the final application on this would be payment in the amount of $175,461.07. Right?
Correct.
Okay, I will make a motion to that effect to extend final payment and accept the closeout documents from Payne and Dolan, and that final payment being in the amount of $175,461.07, and I so move. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion? Everybody understands that I made the motion. Supervisor Radke was the second on the motion. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. 15B, discussion and possible action on town board meeting dates in November and December. Kathy, you had some thoughts on that?
Does that need a roll call because of the
Money?
money involved with it?
Yes.
Well, that's probably a good thing. Let's do that.
Supervisor Stigler?
Aye.
Supervisor Durr?
Aye.
Supervisor Radke?
Aye.
Supervisor German?
Aye.
Chairman?
Aye.
Okay, so we have because Thanksgiving falls on our next meeting, I canceled that meeting. I wanted to check to see if you wanted to have another meeting, set another meeting up in November. I had a meeting date and time, but things changed today, so I don't.
So do you have anything that needs to be addressed?
No.
If,
Not at this time.
just a thought, if something does come up that there needs to be action on, I guess Kathy could poll the group at that point in time, if you don't have anything
Yeah.
at this point in time.
Is anybody out for Thanksgiving week?
You're saying the week of Thanksgiving?
Yeah, the week of Thanksgiving.
Jim, you're
Not Thanksgiving Day,
not
but
available?
we-
Huh?
On and off.
Okay. Anybody else? I guess if you find a need that you think you have to have a meeting, then I guess you just have to poll the group, okay?
Okay.
And then you want to talk about December?
Yep, in December, we have our December 12th meeting that we spoke about earlier. Our next meeting is the day after Christmas, the 26th. Did you want to continue that date?
What was that when we're exchanging presents?
You can get me any present you'd like.
Can we, I mean, get a preliminary thought, can we make a final determination on that in the meeting on December 12th?
We already, yes, we could talk. Okay. All right, so no change, no action on B. I just wanted to get, I brought it up because we had some things that we really needed to get done in a timely manner, and that changed tonight, so.
Would everybody be available on the 26th if we needed to do that?
But we could talk on the 12th.
So
to
that's
see
a
if-
possibility, and we can revisit that on the 12th. Okay, anything more on that? And 15C is discussion and possible action pertaining to including an insert in the tax bills in which we would invite property owners to attend a public meeting to listen and to offer comments / input on future facility needs projects for the town of Waukesha. I put that on the agenda. It's a suggestion. Again, we've had a lot of people suggest that we try to improve communications with them. My thought was, would we want to put something in and invite people to come to, and again, I can call it a listening session or public meeting or whatever you want to call it, but sometime in January to look at future facility needs and projects for the town of Waukesha. Anybody have a taste for that? I mean, we do it on a Thursday night. If we don't have too big of an agenda, we could do it on a night of a plan commissioner board meeting. We could do it on a Saturday or some other point in time, but invite public participation. Any thoughts?
My only comment is that if you're going to do something like that and you want it in the insert, I need to know that today. What the date is. Because the inserts are going out on Monday.
The thought was we could basically get, without running up the postage, we could get a communication to that to everybody who receives a tax bill. Would we want to do that for second meeting in January, the town board meeting in January?
I was just gonna suggest that we do it on a night, maybe when we don't have a plan commission meeting to kind of.
Hopefully a light agenda. What would, do we know what the date on that would be?
Our town board meeting is the 23rd. January 23rd.
Yeah, I mean, if the plan commission wants to attend, obviously they can, but I
Well,
mean,
sure.
as far as having a formal, no, I would rather do it on the second meeting of the month so we have more time to dedicate to that.
Is everybody up for that? Is that okay? Okay, good. All right, D then is a little more open-ended discussion on additional ways to enhance the town's communication with town residents. Kathy, you had some
So,
ideas, or
I
maybe
did,
even tell people what's available now?
So, I did put something in the insert. So we do communicate with our residents on those inserts that go into every one of our tax bills. With that is also your burn permit and your dump permit. But we also communicate not only by phone and by counter. We also have, Sandy had mentioned it, about signing on to our emails notification. So we have a document center on our website, and you can go ahead and sign up and get notified of whenever I put something in that document center. You get notified that we have a meeting or we have a packet or The water monitoring was updated. That's all in the document center, so it's a real good way for the residents to get to know what's out there. So I think we have that. I've mentioned that in the insert. I mentioned the YouTube, not only seeing it live, but being able to go back and review a meeting that may have pertained to something that you weren't able to attend. So we work with our website pretty well, and if a resident wants to get on emails, it's automated. So that's what we have right now.
I think that's good, and if you put that in as an insert, I don't, it's just my point of view, I thinking that's not real easy or friendly to find that on our site right now.
What
So
is
I
it?
think how to sign up for
You go into the
email
document center,
notification.
and right on the top it says, sign up for email notification.
Well, I understand that. All I'm saying is I think we need to take every opportunity to remind people of that, to shout that out to people. How many participants do we have in that at this point in time? Do we know?
I didn't look into that.
But I
I
mean,
didn't
it's a
check.
couple hundred or something?
Yeah,
I mean, I think our goal ought to be to make that, and maybe we even need to almost make an announcement every meeting to make that abundantly clear to people. They need to avail themselves of that opportunity.
I mean, you could put that in the insert too, and we'll know if it says that.
I do have it on the insert.
I mean, I wasn't even aware that was available, so it's good, I mean, it's a good thing.
Oh,
We get our
yeah.
mail on our own website, I mean, we don't need to put that, but I mean,
Yeah, well, and at one point, that's how your packets and everything came, was by that email notification. So although, as new members, I send you all everything manually, if you were signed up, you would get it as soon as I send it out to the public, so I wouldn't have to do that extra step either, so.
The one gentleman, I just wanted to call out, because the gentleman brought it up in the citizens' comments about the state minimum, and perhaps that's not adequate. It's important that people, I think, understand that while they may not be aware of it, the board, not only this board, but previous boards, has done a lot to try to enhance communication. The state minimum for typical notification of a town board meeting, along with other meetings, is 24 hours for posting of the agenda. And not only this chairman, but the previous chairman, and I think the chairman before that, has had a long-standing policy of having the agenda and the packet information available to the public on the Friday before the Thursday meeting. So that's a full 6 days. So I don't want people to think that this board or previous boards are just doing what is the state minimum. In addition to that, as Kathy mentioned, not this board yet, but previous boards has spent a fair amount of money with cameras and AV equipment to put it up onto YouTube. So there is a lot going on to try to keep people informed. And I don't want people, I know that sometimes people become complacent, but this board and many boards before it, even before I was on, has gone a long, long way to go over the top of what is the minimum required. Once in a while, and it's been years, but once in a while we have an emergency meeting. I think it's been years for sure, and those are different posting requirements, but the normal course of action, and this chairman has made a significant effort to not only have the information posted, but also to make sure that those agendas don't get amended. So there's pretty significant effort that goes on to try to keep people in touch. I think doing a lot more for the document center notifications will go a long way, because that is that invite every time. So the more that we can do to get that into the forefront of people's mind will probably help us a great deal.
One other quick thing, I think that was well said. I mean, one other thing, I think a recognition, the town used to, I don't know exactly this, but do a news letter, and I'm not sure whether that was semi-annual or whether that was even quarterly at one point in time. I think the reality of where we're at, that is a time-intensive thing to mail that out to everybody in the town. It ends up being expensive and takes a lot of resources to do it. I think most people, we don't try to catch everybody, are electronically connected somehow or other. What I'd like to see, even if we got that document center and it may be something to work on, maybe we can get to the point that we can do a semi-annual or quarterly newsletter or something with some regularity, in addition to notifying people if special things come. But I think it's got to be an electronic-based thing, and we got to encourage people to do it. We're just going to kind of hitchhike. I mean, the tax bills are going out in the mail, and we're going to try to do that without busting the postage on those. But I think the days of doing regular mailings of newsletters to people or that type of thing, from my point of view, are over.
And we do have on the document center the newsletters. I recently put all the past ones that were never on the document center on it as well. So if we do a newsletter or even a small clipping, I can put it in the document center.
Okay, anything more on item 15D, discussion on additional ways to enhance the town's communication with town residents? And I mean, this needs to be an open discussion. If town residents have other suggestions and so forth to put forward, we'd sure like to hear them. Okay, if there's nothing more, we'll then move on to item 15E, discussion and possible action on possible amendment to the 2020 to 24 capital projects plan. I would like to suggest, even as a place to start that discussion, I think we need to amend the 2024 capital project plan to take out the projects that pertain to the properties on Highway 164. So that would be, I think there's like 7 of them, 2019-1, 2019-2, 2019-3, 2019-4, 2019-13, 14, and 15. And I would move to remove those 7 projects from the 2020 to 24 capital project plan. Discussion.
Has that notice gone out, Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry, what?
You sent that letter out? You've notified the realtor?
No, that'll go up probably tomorrow. So be done with it. Okay, further discussion?
While I understand that you have a motion on the table that we'll eventually have to vote for, I'll just offer for the discussion that I saw it just slightly differently. Certainly concurring with your analysis of removing 2019 1 and 2. But I looked at it just slightly a different way and changed the 2022. Excuse me, let me word it this way. I changed project 2019-4 from $2.4 million to 1.5. That was the ballpark that we were in before we were looking at moving the campus. I did not change 2019-3 in anticipation that that was still in the concept of the town. I changed 2019-15 from $1.6 million to $750,000. And I left your 13 and your 14 there because while they wouldn't be at the new property, I think they're still in the scope of what the town wants to get done. So I just looked at it a little differently. If we want to look at it in that fashion, you know, certainly there's a motion and a second on the table that needs to be dealt with, but that's just how I looked at it overall.
Okay. I had one other we may be kind of heading the same place, coming at it from different directions, but I had one other perspective on it. I put together a thing here, not to be acted on tonight, but just condensed to one page. You can have a copy of that, but for consideration probably at the meeting on December 12th, just to get a sense of where the town board is at in terms of adding to the fire station, emergency generator, new public works building, salt shed, a couple of their alternatives. That was not tied into monetary figures. I think that's a bit premature, but to see if there would be support for that, so you can take a look at that. I thought that was perhaps a way to start that discussion, and before we get too far downstream on that, I thought we could kind of fold that into the public participation, listening session, whatever, at the second meeting in January.
Okay, so we would not really work on this, and this would be brought up after the public, so then you
Well,
guys
my
are
thought
making
was,
decisions
at least
after the
preliminarily,
public.
well, my thought was preliminarily in December, we could get a bit of a reading of the board on that, but I think that we get a sense of where people are at on that, but that ultimately that would be part of the discussion on the meeting in January. So I was at this point in time simply taking out the stuff that we know is gone. I mean, maybe just to move ahead, I mean, we try to put stuff back in, but I guess I would like to just take action on moving this stuff out that we know is gone. Unless anybody objects.
I have no objection. I guess I'm kind of on the same page with that. I was hoping then we could interject some other things back into the budget then
Yeah.
with the money that we're taking out and kind of.
Clean up and start over on that.
Start over.
Does anybody object to voting on the motion?
Motion and a second, got a vote?
Huh?
Got a motion and a second,
All
let's
right.
vote.
So that's to remove 2019 1, 2, 3, 4, 13, 14, and 15. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, so I've got that 4-1 with Supervisor Durr opposed. Okay.
So do you want to move forward with the capital plan at this time?
Yeah, sure, whatever you want. It's on the agenda if you want to do that.
All right. I would make a motion to add I would make a motion to reinitiate 2019-4 for a new fire station in 2022 in the amount of $1.5 million. I would include in that motion an increase in road funds for 2020, line item 2019-5 to $300,000.
To how much?
$300,000. I would add line item 2019-3 for new fire station in 2020 in the amount of $120,000. I would add line item 2019-13 for a new salt shed in the amount of $200,000 in 2022. You struck 14.
Can I maybe suggest that you take these one by one?
Sure.
And act on them one by one?
no problem.
I think that'd make
So
more sense.
let's start with the fire department, and I'll give you a little, so my motion would be to reinitiate, line item 2019-3. Let's make it in the amount of $60,000 in 2020 and $60,000 in 2021. That would be my motion.
And remove, State Highway 164.
Well, that's already gone.
Yeah, and.
That's gone.
Right.
I think you need to make those 2019 what are we up to? We got 17, that'd be 18 and 19. So as not to confuse those, I
Sure,
think they
however
should
you want to number them.
be 18 and 19.
And what are those for specifically, Mike?
For design and preparation work to build the fire station in 2022 through completion.
So this is for a new fire station.
Well, remodeled, for fire station needs, structural, how would we want to word it? It could be a variety of things, I don't think we know exactly what it is. It could be modification, it could be a building in the middle of the woods.
Okay, that's kind of where I was gonna go, if we're not gonna nail ourselves to a specific to remodel this, and we could have other plans here could come up and say something's better, like you just said. Put a building out there for DPW. I'll tell you what my plan was kind of when I thought about this, is, we got a fire truck out here now that barely clears the door, correct? Like about 3/4 of an inch? And I see that as a real accident waiting to happen.
It's been clearing the door for 10 years.
No, it isn't that 10 years. I haven't had the truck for 10 years.
We most certainly have.
Whatever. Okay, so 10 years. It's still a problem.
Because we got that truck before I left the department, and that was 2011.
Okay, whatever. My point is, we want to build sleeping quarters and we need a break room. What's wrong with taking that part where that truck is and turn that into sleeping quarters and a break room? Put up a DPW building out, like you said, in the woods. Add enough room on the end of that that's separate from the DPW part, put the fire truck and couple other pieces of fire equipment in that building.
Well, with all due respect, I'd rather not design it at 10:30 at night.
I'm not, you brought this up though as to what your options are about doing that, and
So
I think that's a doable thing.
I would label it as new/remodeled fire station.
Okay, fine.
I guess I'll just comment. I think, and I appreciate what you're doing. I think a little bit on this. I think we've got the cart before the horse just a bit. I mean, if you want to take the budget amendment that we made a couple of weeks ago and take the money that was for the land purchase, and I think your motion that everybody supported was to spread half of it to fire department, part to public works, or public safety and public works. I think we could talk about that tonight. I'm just not prepared at the moment to jump in to start plugging in this stuff all kinds of years downstream before we've even got a little bit of a sense of what we're gonna do, or even engage the public in that, or what or not at 20 after 10 tonight. I mean, there's all kinds of different ways to skin the cat, but I think we need to have that discussion before we start putting numbers in there. And I don't mean unkindly, but I mean, you're not gonna build a new fire station for $1,500,000. It's not gonna happen.
Well, we had
That's unrealistic.
we had a plan from Angus and Young that put like $1.25 million on it.
That was for a small addition to this building.
Well, it wasn't small, and it accommodated our needs.
It was sleeping quarters. It didn't have any trucks with it or anything. I'm not interested in
I mean, that's
arguing over any of
five-year-old
that, but
prices too. I mean, who knows if you can do it for today.
That's why I said 1.5 million.
I don't think it makes any sense to try to plug numbers into years now until we have a better sense and better discussion of what we might want to do.
Okay. I thought we were discussing the capital project plan, but if we'd want to do it at a different time, that's okay too.
Okay.
I'm all for putting dollars in a certain amount, but I don't want to be specific that we have to have it for just an addition to the firehouse. I want to have it open so we can have a discussion later on as to how we want to build it, and where we want to build it, and what we want to build.
So,
I would put the money in there and say for capital improvements to the facilities here. You could lump all of them together in one as far as salt shed and.
I mean,
public
this,
buildings,
if you
public-
want to comport this to the budget, I mean, you could just put a number in under public safety and under public works, which was splitting the money back out and not have that designated at this point in time, and we could pick that up next month, pick that up in January or whatever, after we have a chance to discuss it.
so, you, place the money in the budget, the, public safety, to 2020 budget is $363,900. And the, public works is $523,900.
But in total, you would put a line item on there undesignated for half of each that goes each place, right? I mean, we still got the.
Still undesignated.
No, but I mean, 2015-9 stays in place, 2019-5 stays in place, 2018-5 stays in place, 2019-16 stays in place. So Mike's motion from the last time was to take that money. I mean, we have a capital budget for 2020 that wasn't designated for specific purposes, but that was put in those two baskets, right?
Yep.
You want to just pick this up on the 12th of December?
Sounds good to me.
Everybody on board with that?
So we're not doing anything with 18 and 17 and 18? We're just gonna, you want me just to do a line item, a new line, remove everything from your amendment that you just did, and then just add a line that is undesignated undesignated budget funds?
Sure, I'm okay with that.
I'm not gonna go past the 12th with that.
Go what?
We can do that for now, but it's not a responsible budgeting process. So as long as we address it on the 12th, I guess I'm okay with that.
Okay, good. Okay, anything else on that? If not, items 15, F, G, H, I, J, and K. I'm going to make a motion to table those. The pleasure of the group here, do you want to take those individually? And maybe Attorney Macy, maybe you have a suggestion whether we should do those individually as opposed to group. Would that be appropriate to do them one by one?
I think as long as the motion is clear, I don't think you need to do them individually.
Could be do it as a group? Well, I'll make the motion and then we'll see if anybody objects. So I will move to table items 15, F, G, H, I, J, and K. And I'll move to table those until December 12th of this year.
I'll second it.
Okay, discussion. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Item 16 is announced closed session. You are hereby notified that the town board of the town of Waukesha will convene and may, upon motion duly made and seconded and acted upon by roll call vote, as required under Wisconsin Stats 1985 1E, go into closed session during the course of the meeting. The town board members may attend the closed session. The purpose of the closed session will be as follows: to deliberate and negotiate the purchase of public properties, the investing of public funds, or conducting other specified public business whenever competitive or bargaining reasons require a closed session, specifically to discuss border protection. Is there a motion to go into closed session?
I'll make a motion to go into closed session.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Radke, second by Supervisor Stigler to go into closed session. Roll call vote, please.
So just for discussion,
Supervisor-
that
I'm
would
sorry.
be,
Okay, go ahead,
that
discussion.
would be closed session number 10.
Oh, Supervisor German?
Aye.
Supervisor Stigler?
Aye.
Supervisor Durr?
Aye.
Supervisor Radke?
Aye.
Chairman Fisher?
Aye. Okay, we are in closed session at 10:25.
pay somebody to come back and tell you what you ought to be doing. You can ignore it, just like if an attorney tells you something you don't wanna follow, don't do it. But get some expert advice. Bring anybody up there that is assessing what we need. Right. It's the firemen saying they wanna sleep there. I get it.
Yeah.
You know, they need a break room. And it isn't the woods, it's a park. You call it the woods. Right. No, you're right, it's a park. But anyway. Yeah. They talk about the salt shed, oh, you can't load the trucks, you know. Because they're outdoors and the stuff will freeze, and we need to load them up and then keep them indoors. I don't know. I haven't shoveled my driveway and I've got a huge hill that I can ride out.
Hauling contract, and we do some ourselves?
Yep, that's what it is.
We split up?
Yep.
We do what we can do, and then we.
Right, they have and I think they probably have defined routes that the contractor does, and then routes that they do.
And that we can handle with
Right.
ours.
And our staff.
And our trucks.
Right.
Okay, no, that's okay with me, if that's privatizing it, almost like you were saying.
Well, what do we do with the sheriff? Same thing. Years, decades ago, we had a constable. We don't have a constable anymore. No, we just contract with the sheriff.
That makes sure. Yeah.
So,
You don't want to place the very much in the rest.
no, that's where.
Yeah?
But it's gonna get smaller. You know, I mean, as the land gets whittled away.
And have stores, we still borrow fire department?
Yeah. We certainly have Dan. And then there might be one other person that's paid, and I don't know what the firemen get. I mean, they might get something when they go on call.
Yeah.
When they're on a call. But they're not paid. Yeah. No. So you got a guy and a half.
Yeah.
And a lot of trucks. A lot of mutual aid. They love to run out on mutual aid. You see it in the paper. You know, town of Waukesha, town of Big Bend, town of Genesee, they all went to the fire and watched it burn. When was the last time you read a story that said, you know, and the building was saved? Ever read it?
No, but I understand.
I think the original when the fire chief comes in and gives his monthly report, that happens at the second meeting. You know, he reads off how many calls they went on, and it's almost all ambulance calls. Even the sheriff, they do a whole lot of wellness checks. Somebody calls and says, you know, I see the house has got the door open, or I haven't seen anybody come out, or, you know, I'm away from my house, I'm worried, you know, would you go check? Sure. A lot of that. You know, we don't do a lot of arresting. This shouldn't take very long, we're talking about not selling the land. Not buying the land. Hurry up, get back out.
All right, they talk.
This particular.
Town of Brookfield?
No, this one, this one is, town members may say, should deliberate on the purchase of public property. Investing public funds or conducting public business for competitive bargaining. So this has nothing to do with. They tabled all this.
They tabled it.
They tabled all this.
That's right, okay.
And then the second one is, you know, is a public hearing to decide what to do about Broad A Corporation. See where that is down here. Purpose of the meeting for specific non-compliance with Broad A. Broad A is a corporation owned by Rob Fisher. When Merrick was chairman, he initiated a complaint against Fisher. Because they used to sit up there at 401, Fisher on that out. And he had some blocks on his property. It's on the corner of Broadway and West Paul. Well, on this one, they took out the list, that they were looking at So there's a tonight.
Huge new apartment building going up, kitty corner from that.
Near the church, yeah.
The kitty corner from that, on the intersection. Yeah, the sloping roofs like that, that's, he owns that property.
Okay.
And he had some block, retaining wall block left out, and maybe some gravel to, you know, whatever. And, yeah, and so, and, you know, so Merrick, just to harass him, filed the thing, and then Fisher just moaned and wouldn't, you know, said, I haven't done anything wrong, it's da da da. So then it went into the courts. And it's just, you know, it's all just harassment, you know, it's just crazy. So that's the second closed thing. All right, so we'll see what happens with that.
You think I'm gonna make some headway or some time? It's like, Jordan's gonna be, we gotta
Develop the subdivision across from the neighbor.
One time this summer.
Yes, and I understand, and I,
I mean, did he take this chairmanship to get some of that?
well, I'm sure he did, and he also came in and tried to get the piece that they talked about
Yeah,
tonight
across the
on Glendale,
street.
Glendale,
And then he took it to Big Bend.
well, yeah.
By St. John.
Is that still?
No, that was all.
It's a done deal.
Yeah, and so he sold that.
Really gotta wait for the road to open.
He's trying to develop a piece of property in the city of Waukesha that is a bunch of acreage that's surrounded, completely an island, but it's town land. He's trying to get it next to the city. And the Department of Administration said, you know, the city can't do that, because the town is trying to become a village. In which case, so they're saying it's on hold, just like with Trump's tax. And as long as he keeps appealing, they say, no, decision's not been made, decision's not been made. And so he's now trying to develop that into multi-family units. But, the one out on Glendale, that was school property that he bought from.
Right, school district, right.
What happened is, he needed a smart growth plan change.
Yeah.
And a zoning change. And, which got covered tonight,
Not on a brand
not
new
about
road.
that. And,
All right, well, gentlemen, I have to go home.
but it's still, why would they do it? But anyway, a smart growth plan change is one of the few things that the plan commission is the decider. The plan commission is almost always recommend, and tonight they made a recommendation that the board turn down.
Yeah.
So, which is rare, but in any case, a smart growth plan change, comprehensive land use plan, whatever you call it, that the plan commission decides. So Merrick had a public hearing and all this stuff, and both things were on the agenda for that night, and they couldn't come to any decisions. And Macy says, okay, well, let's do this, let's just, and, Bob Flanagan had already said, approve anything, approves anything. And Macy said, well, let's just go around the room and see how people feel. And Al White, who's sitting here, he was the next guy. And I remember the night so clearly, Al just sat there and dropped his fingers for a while. He was quiet, his head down. And he was supposed to say how he felt.
Yeah.
And instead, he made a motion to leave the land use plan exactly as it was. Got a second, and it passed. So Merrick's proposal just went down the tubes like nothing. So the next thing on the agenda was the zoning change, but that was moot because the land use change didn't come. So then, at the next opportunity, Merrick didn't renew him on the plan commission. So he was off the plan commission for about a year and a half or two, and then when Fisher got back on, there were openings and he brought Al back. It's just, you know, that's the kind of thing that Merrick was pulling, you know, kick Al White out, harass Fisher, give him a citation, you know, all that stuff. Yeah. That's wasted energy for everybody.
And that, I sent Fisher an email in regards to how he conducted land. And then I said, you're talking about low attendance. I said, it's the dysfunction of the board before you, people don't want to come.
Oh, it dwindled right down to like almost nothing.
During the tenure too, right?
Yeah.
And
that's what they want. They don't, I mean. Well, Merrick didn't that's what want anyone, He doesn't want to hear from you. He's the one that instituted, we had open comments on our agenda. Then it was down to 3 minutes. Yeah. Then he added that you could only speak on things that are on the agenda. Well, I want to talk about the thing that was last week, or I want to talk about the thing that's coming up. You know, so you do something, I don't know what you're gonna do during the meeting, and then you do it, and now I want to comment, but it was the first thing on the agenda, so now I come to the next meeting, it's no longer on the agenda, I can't talk about it. I mean, he really didn't want to hear from me. I'm glad he's, but he now wants to take some of our land and move it into the city. Sure. And that was, the DOA said, no, can't do it right now. Now, running says we're gonna do it anyway. Yeah, yeah. The city, and I just, and then, I forget whether it was Betty or the other woman, the was complaining about the annexation. And I used to think like that too, but then over all these years, I came to understand that the state constitution is designed for cities to have autonomy. It says it right in the Constitution. That's what they think towns are for cities to grow. City to grow, yes. Exactly. And it's, of course, you know, everybody wants to defend themselves, but so does the city. They want to grow. And so it's it's totally not constitutional to suggest cities shouldn't try and grab the land. It's also fair for you to try and protect it. Yeah. So, this village thing, we'll see. And I don't know if you heard me mention it at the last meeting, but, you know, that kind of a meeting, an annual budget meeting, you don't get that in a village. Yeah, I heard you say that. If you meet to a town, now you can still have a public hearing, and they'll talk about the budget, but you don't get to raise your hand and say, I vote. And the motion doesn't come from out here. It all gets done up there if you're in a village. Yeah, okay. So, you know, you lose some stuff. Yeah. But you're saving your existence. You know? Sure. Is that ball still rolling? Which one? To become a village? Oh, yeah, they're working on it, you know. Oh, yeah. But can't most of that? Yeah, but the problem is they need this TIF, and the city's gonna fight it. And over fist, that's what Jennifer Andrews got up and talked about. Oh, they need that. To become a village, you have to have the TIF. Oh. You have to have a water and sanitary district, and you have to have 2 cooperative water agreements. And then you have to have your residence board, yes. So those 3 things. Well, tonight, and you can't get the TIF without an updated comprehensive land use plan. Well, they and I was in favor of it, but it stymies the progress of getting the TIF. But I don't think it matters because, I mean, I think the city they got all the lawyers and people they're gonna fight us tooth and nail. It was just in the paper last week, you know, that they, you know, exercising their extraterritorial zoning rights. And I think, you know, a lot of the arguments, you know, I don't like her. I haven't liked her for a decade. But, you know, I bump up against her at city meetings because I have taxes in the city. But, you know, she was right about a lot of things. Yeah. You know, she was prepared and she knew what can and can't do. Now, if nobody was trying to fight us, we would just get our TIF and everything would be fine. But when it goes in front of the people in Madison, they're deciding if you can get the TIF. Waukesha City's gonna be there, and they're gonna be laying out all of the inadequacies. So, the border agreement part is simple. You know, Brookfield wants to do it, Vernon wants to do it. We get no votes. They might become more able to be a city, Vernon, for instance, or a village, than we, because Waukesha's not gonna fight them. They're gonna fight us. And they're working with McGuanago now. Yep. I mean, maybe not Well, but border agreement, they're okay with. Yeah. So, and the water and sewer district, you got that, that's a no-brainer. But, that TIF. No. It looks a little fudgy.
And that was the best area that for it?
Well, that's why,
Put a road in.
that's why Kathy and Sean, I want all these mixed uses. So that if we get stopped
Yeah.
on Sunset, we could then move to a different area and say, well, now this is our district.
Yeah.
But if we keep everything defined, as residential, then, so that's part of the reason why it makes use. Lots of stuff behind the scenes.
But it leaves you open to discussion, like targeting that way, right?
Oh, yeah,
Say
but
next-
anybody comes in and says,
then
well, I wanna put in,
You can say no or yes.
yeah,
Easily. You have the option.
it leans toward the developer.
Yeah.
Because it's not, they don't have to then go for a zoning change. Whatever they want is a mixed use, so it fits in. I mean, where I live, on Milky Way Road, at Dead Ends in Lonsdale, we have a wedding venue.
Yeah.
You know, it's a commercial, it's a business. It's a retail business, sort of.
It's pretty isolated though, right?
Well, it's isolated, but why is it there? I mean, it's not, there's no other businesses.
Oh.
Right? I mean, it's at Milky Way Dead End.
Yeah, I know where
It's
you're
a
going.
Lonsdale. You know, it's an old farm.
Approval now?
Well, yeah, because Merrick gave them, they got a conditional use permit for wedding venues.
Yeah.
For event venues, not wedding, event venues, in any zoning district. So R1, C1, doesn't matter where it is, it's okay. You just ask to have a condition. That was for Ken Miller, who was on the planning. Who, now that he has his wedding venue, is not on the planning commission. And Ken's a friend of mine. He lives
We're
on the
looking
same,
for two more
same
people.
road that I do. Yeah, why don't you get on there? I'd throw my hat in the ring, but, I'm doing this. And I'd rather be at that level.
So you're doing this for a YouTube thing?
No, she's got the camera there and the camera there.
You're doing just to
I post
document?
my own.
Oh, okay.
And I do a much better job because those are fixed cameras.
Yeah.
I zoom in when she's talking, I zoom in on her.
Oh.
When Dora's talking, I zoom in on him.
Okay, where should I go to see yours?
In YouTube, you can go to youtube.com/watchingwalkieshaw.
Watching, okay.
All one word. I mean, two words put together.
All right.
Here, let's see.
I got it. All right. You should get that in the insert.
Well, yeah, no, they've got their own.
I know that.
I sometimes put commentary on.
Yeah, right.
Let's see. Oh, my sign is, no. That, and I'm just gonna add that in. And there's me, and then you can see the video. Here's the special town board meeting on the 5th, meeting 1, public hearing, they're all up there, broken
Okay.
out. Also, hers will, like tonight, assuming hers doesn't crash. Sometimes hers crashes.
Okay.
You don't get the whole meeting. But, excuse me, but, I break them out by subject, you know, so that, because otherwise you're looking at a 4-hour video. And you gotta scroll through it or, you know,
Yeah, you
whatever.
can
And know what was on the agenda.
And what's it, is it a dot com?
So this is supposed to be my part. YouTube.com.
Okay.
Slash,
Okay.
nine. And then-
Nine?
Well, no, it's the same key as the nine.
Okay, yeah.
And then watching Waukesha, but no space.
Okay.
And you can get into it there. Now, you can go to facebook.com/watching Waukesha.
Yeah, I don't,
Yeah.
I haven't got very far.
There's a link there to this YouTube page.
We're getting way too many, we still have a landline, and we're getting all the scam calls.
You still have a real landline?
We gotta get rid of it.
My father used to live out on Woods Road in the town of Genesee and moved into the Avalon Manor downtown. And he gave up his old line that he'd had for, 50 years.
Yeah.
And he says it's just been wonderful. He gives the number to the people that he wants to have the number, and nobody, and it comes through the Avalon system. You know what I mean? So it's like they're not even knowing knows the number. Yeah.
Oh, there's so many out there. I usually just, a caller ID helps me.
Yeah.
So I just, instead of leaving their answering machine pick up, and they usually don't.
No, you mess with, no.
Some do, but not me. I don't even take the number down and call them back. So I'll try to answer it and then I'll cancel it right away before anything said. I didn't recognize the number, but I answered it the other day. And when you get the foreign accent, right? So he's telling me he's gonna take my Amazon Prime charge off my Visa card. I said, I don't have Amazon Prime. You go, oh, buddy, we're gonna give you do a $34 refund.
Yeah.
It's coming off your Visa.
So give us your Visa number.
Really, Visa? He says, yeah. Your Visa card starts with a 4, right? And I went,
They all start with 4.
I didn't know that.
Every single one. MasterCard's a 5.
Okay. And then he said my name, and I normally don't use, I got it confused. When I went in the Army, I used James as a middle name, and it wasn't legal. It was an old Catholic confirmation name that that the church said you could use your St. James or whatever it was.
Along with Joseph.
So I went at the Army filling out stuff saying it was James. So I go to the VA for health care, and when I get put in the system, they said, well, your Army records show you're Terrence James. And I said, no, that's really wrong. Can we correct that? And the guy, yeah, sure. Well, it never got corrected, right? And I don't want to spend time doing it now. So every time I go in the VA, I go, yeah, I'm Terrence James.
Only the Archdiocese knows his James.
And so he says Terrence James. So I want to call the VA and say, my name got out there. You can't stop it. But that's the only association to my middle name is the VA or whatever.
Well, my wife just texted me a little while ago. She said, Crater medical records were recently hacked.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe they're notifying me that my chart was canceled because there were too many unsuccessful attempts to log in. It was all just a coincidence, maybe not. So the other day, she had tried to get into her account, and I said it's been canceled.
For medical?
For her medical records. And now she's saying, and I said, well, maybe that's just, a scam or whatever.
Yeah.
Now she's saying in the news that the Freighter medical records were hacked. And so, that's why they had to shut down everything.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be our demise.
Oh, I know.
If the terrorists want to they're doing it, but yeah.
Oh,
Okay, we are back in open session at 10:56 PM. Item 17, discussion and possible action concerning border protection. There's no discussion or action on that item, is that correct? Item 18, announce closed session number 2. You're hereby notified that the town board of the town of Waukesha will convene and may, upon motion duly made and seconded and acted upon by roll call vote as required under Wisconsin Stats 1985 1G, go into closed session during the course of the meeting. Town board members may attend the closed session. The purpose of conferring with legal counsel for the governmental body who is rendering oral or written advice concerning strategy to be adopted by the body with respect to litigation in which it is or is likely to become involved, specifically to discuss non-compliance property for Broad A Corporation. Is there a motion to go into closed session?
I'll make a motion to go into closed session.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded to go into closed session. Discussion. I am opposed to going into closed session for this item. This has been in closed session a number of times before. I note that it's itemized under item 19 is an open meeting discussion item, discussion possible action concerning non-compliance property for Broad A Corporation. I think this can and should be handled under open session, so I cannot support the motion. Any other discussion? Roll call vote?
Chairman Fisher?
Nay.
Supervisor Stigler?
No.
Supervisor Durr?
Aye.
Supervisor German?
I'm gonna go with a nay on this.
Supervisor Radke?
Aye.
Okay, the motion to go into closed session fails. 19, discussion and possible action concerning non-compliance property for Broad A Corporation.
Discussion, I guess, how much money and time is the town gonna mess around with this?
Well, the petitioner has made an offer to the town to reduce what the offer the town gave them to $189 and states that they do not want to claim that they were guilty or non-contested.
So how much money does the town have into this? Do we know?
We've got about $450 into the new special counsel already, and I did not get a final number on what we did before special counsel.
Well, my opinion is it should be thrown out. I said that from day one. I think it was ridiculous how it got started, and I'm still standing by that.
I mean, we can take this to court, and we're at the mercy of the judge at that point, what if he decides. If he decides to take the offer, we're never gonna get our money back out of this.
Well,
So I don't know,
Well, both sides have the ability to appeal at any point afterwards. The judge in Big Bend has recused himself, and so we're being assigned to another judge. Because he has a relationship with the owner of the property.
First of all, can I ask if it's even appropriate for the chairman to sit in on this as he's a principal?
Sure, it's an open session.
I mean, can I ask that question of the attorney? I mean, or of the chairman? Have you gotten a legal opinion as to whether it's appropriate that you sit in on this discussion? I mean, he can be in the room. It's an open meeting.
I'm sitting in.
He's chairing the meeting right now.
Yeah, I'm sitting in basically as the chairman of the town of Waukesha.
So just to be clear, we think it's okay for you to sit in and chair a meeting when we're having a discussion about litigation for a corporation that you're a principal in? We think that's okay?
If you would like to chair the meeting, go ahead.
I'm just asking you,
If you're
we're of the
uncomfortable-
opinion that that's okay. You're of the opinion that that's okay.
As the chairman of the town of Waukesha, yes, I do.
Wow.
If you would like to chair the meeting, you're welcome.
So I need to get an answer on what our attorney should do.
Well, we have clear precedent of non-compliant cases where they have gone to court and come into compliance. And help me here, Supervisor Radke, you've been involved in many of these as I have, that we try to recoup our costs and assess a reasonable fine. Many of these fines get very, very punitive because they get very, very high, very, very fast. And I think that the town board has done well over the years that we have assessed something substantially less than the maximum fine allowed, but tried to represent the taxpayers well in recouping our costs. Because let's remember, all the people who have gotten paid for all of these issues are going to get paid. So the only question is, does it come from the person who was in violation, or does it come from every single resident a little bit? And I'm not interested in paying it. I wasn't out of compliance. I mean, the reality is the property was out of compliance is determined by our building inspector. I don't know how else to put it. The property was determined to be out of compliance by our building inspector. So to do anything other than what we have consistently done in the past for our sitting chairman, I don't even know how we could entertain that.
I thought it was going to hearing. Isn't that the last we heard, or was it?
Well, the hearing was postponed because the judge had recused himself. So it was supposed to go to hearing on November 11th, a trial. Was set for November 11th, but a couple days before that, the judge recused himself. So the special prosecutor then took that to the courts, and he's looking to reschedule it.
So I don't know if you can answer this, Attorney Macy. Is our special counsel here?
No, I was gonna call him.
Can you answer this question? My understanding is that we weren't supposed to entertain things once they got into court. Can you answer that question or no?
I can answer a general question. Our recommendation is that once the matter's in court, we do not get involved.
Okay, so why are we talking about this?
Because the special counsel received an offer.
Okay.
He's required by law to bring an offer in. And he's brought the offer in. The offer is upon dismissal of the ticket, they'll pay $107, or whatever.
180.
Okay.
Yeah.
He has an obligation to bring that offer to you.
Got it. Thank you.
And that's what, he called me. He called our office and said, what do I do? I said, you have to take this to the board.
Okay.
Contact the administrator and schedule it for a closed session to bring it to the board. And that's what the offer was. It is not consistent with your policies, and it's, but he has an obligation to bring it.
Right. So I think I've represented how we've handled these in the past. We've been down that path and been unsuccessful. So my opinion is it belongs in the courts. That's what courts are made for.
Yeah, typically in the past, if I recall as well, Mike, we've tried to at least recoup our costs, and it seems it's considerably higher than $189. I would not support settling for that.
So something a previous chairman did despite her, anger, I guess, I don't know why, hate.
This doesn't have anything to do with the previous chairman, it only has to do with our current chairman.
No, it has to do with the previous chairman that
Our staff,
had somebody go over there or our inspector go over there.
our
and write him up.
staff determined, am I right about this, Administrator? Our staff determined that he was out of that Broad A was out of compliance. Isn't that
Between-
correct?
Yeah, between, the planner and the, inspector. Yes, the inspector went over there, the
Okay.
planner went over there. And, they determined that he was out of compliance, and that's why he got the 30-day notice. Once you get the 30-day notice, you have the ability to rectify any concerns that are on that notice. And then if it's not.
Or come in and ask for additional time.
Or, yep, and we see that, you've all given additional time. And so then, once you do that, if you don't ask for additional time, or your time runs out, that's when you get a citation. But before that, you got notice, and you had the ability to,
Right.
just like everybody else.
So with all due respect, Supervisor, I don't see how this has anything to do with the previous. I mean, the buck stopped with our staff when the staff made the determination that the property was out of compliance.
Okay, so what offer do we have on the table?
Dismiss the ticket upon the payment.
Yep. Dismiss the ticket.
I'll support that.
How long has this been going on and how long can it go on if we don't accept this? And what are the chances we're not gonna get any?
Why would you be involved in the court process? I'm gonna tell you.
I'm trying to do what's good for the town here by cutting our losses maybe, you know? I mean, if this is gonna go,
Anytime anybody challenges their ticket and goes to circuit court, you're gonna dismiss it.
Sometimes-
I want to understand what you're saying.
well, I didn't get to finish what I was saying. I'm just asking a question here. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a judge, I wanna know, does this,
Everybody
what's?
is innocent until proven guilty. The defendant has asked for a trial, and a trial will be scheduled. The defendant's attorney asked you to dismiss the ticket, asked him to dismiss the ticket upon the payment. He has an obligation to bring that to you. If you don't accept the offer, the matter will be set for trial.
All right, if we're gonna do that, I'll accept the offer.
You're still chairing the meeting, Chairman? You got a, I believe, a motion and a second. Or does somebody else have to chair it?
Let somebody else chair the meeting. Go ahead.
Well, you didn't even step down, so you're chairing the meeting.
You can't do it now.
Chair the meeting. You made the determination to chair the meeting.
Would you like me to chair the meeting or not?
You're sitting there.
Like before, okay. The motion then is to accept the offer of payment of I believe you said $189 and a no admission of guilt. That's been moved and seconded. Discussion.
Moved by,
Motion was by Supervisor German,
And
seconded by Stigler.
okay, no admission.
Any further discussion? All right, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
All right, so the motion does not pass 2-2. That concludes that item. Is there we've got discussion of accounts payable, authorized payment of the bills?
So the chairman did not vote?
I did not vote.
Okay.
Abstain?
I did not vote. I didn't vote. You can write it up as an abstention.
Okay. So so it failed. 2-2.
That's what I said.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, payment of the bills. What have we got?
Payment of the Rupert and Milky bill in the amount of $7,693.38.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Durr, second by Supervisor Radke. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Durr?
Aye.
Supervisor Radke?
Aye.
Supervisor Stigler?
Aye.
Supervisor German?
Aye.
Chairman Fisher?
I abstain.
The remainder of bill, $127,253.62.
Is there a motion to pay the bills in that amount?
I'll make a motion to pay the bills in that amount.
I'll second. Any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Durr?
Aye.
Supervisor Radke?
Aye.
Supervisor Stigler?
Aye.
Supervisor German?
Aye.
Chairman Fisher?
Aye. Is there a motion for adjournment?
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. We are adjourned at 11:14. Thank you.